Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Silent City of Eldoria. The bus lurched, a jarring jolt that sent a ripple of surprised murmurs through the group of tourists. Outside, the landscape had shifted subtly, imperceptibly at first. One moment, they were traversing a familiar stretch of highway. The next, the scenery had altered, replaced by an unsettling tableau of perfectly manicured lawns, quaint houses with impossibly uniform architecture, and streets that seemed to stretch endlessly into a hazy, indistinct distance. The air, once vibrant with the hum of the engine and the chatter of fellow passengers, was now strangely still, heavy with an unnerving silence. The guide, a jovial woman named Beatrice with a perpetually sunny disposition, seemed momentarily flustered. Her usual cheerful patter ceased, replaced by a strained smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Well, now," she said, her voice a little too high-pitched, a touch too forced, "this isn't on the itinerary." Her gaze darted nervously towards the bus driver, who remained stoic, his face impassive, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The tourists, initially amused by the unexpected detour, began to grow uneasy. The silence, once a curious anomaly, was now unnerving, a pervasive blanket that muffled even the slightest sound. They tried talking, their voices echoing oddly in the sterile air, the words seeming to hang in the silence, swallowed by an invisible void. A child's giggle died abruptly, replaced by a gaping silence so profound it felt almost physical. As the bus rolled further into the heart of this unfamiliar town, the unease intensified. The houses, previously charming in their uniformity, now appeared unsettling in their perfect sameness. Not a single leaf was out of place, not a single blade of grass unkempt. It was as if the entire town had been meticulously crafted, an eerie, silent diorama. The feeling of being watched, previously a vague notion, hardened into a palpable certainty. Every window seemed to stare back, empty yet somehow knowing. They pulled into a deserted square, the bus groaning to a halt with a final, almost reluctant sigh. The silence was absolute. Not even the wind dared to rustle the leaves of the perfectly pruned trees lining the square. The only movement was the subtle, almost imperceptible quiver of the air itself, a tremor that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the town. Beatrice, her forced smile finally gone, replaced by an expression of palpable fear, swallowed hard. "Eldoria," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the profound silence. This is Eldoria." The name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread, a word that felt both ancient and utterly alien. The tourists, a mixture of nationalities and temperaments, started to react. Whispers turned into anxious chatter, then into panicked exclamations. Someone tried their cell phone, but it showed no signal. Attempts to use radios or other communication devices met with the same frustrating silence. The town was completely isolated, cut off from the outside world. Bravely, or perhaps foolishly, a small group of tourists decided to explore the town on foot. Each step was eerily silent, their footfalls swallowed by the peculiar texture of the pavement. They entered buildings, finding them impeccably clean, strangely empty, devoid of any personal items or signs of habitation. A grandfather clock in one house stood frozen at precisely 3:17, its pendulum motionless, suspended in time. In a restaurant, they found plates still set for a meal that was never eaten, pristine silverware gleaming under the artificial light, a phantom dinner party frozen in an eternal moment. In a library, books sat neatly on shelves, their pages untouched, undisturbed, as if time itself had halted within the walls of this silent city. They ventured into a park, the perfectly trimmed hedges standing as silent sentinels. A merry-go-round sat frozen in mid-rotation, its painted horses suspended in a moment of perpetual motion, a silent scream in a silent city. The absence of sound was almost more terrifying than any scream could be. It was a silence that seemed to press upon them, to suffocate them, a silence filled with an unseen, unspoken horror. As they explored further, the initial curiosity gave way to a growing terror. The perfection of Eldoria began to feel unnatural, disturbing. It was as if the city itself was a living organism, a malevolent entity that had deliberately erased all sound, all signs of life, creating a vacuum of silence designed to trap and isolate them. The tourists, scattered now, began to encounter strange anomalies. Shadows would flicker in their peripheral vision, morphing into grotesque shapes, dissolving as quickly as they appeared. Objects would shift slightly, subtly rearranging themselves, as if unseen hands were manipulating the environment. A sense of dread hung in the air, a palpable weight that pressed upon their chests. Night fell, casting long, distorted shadows across the deserted streets. The silence intensified, becoming a tangible entity, pressing in on them from all sides. The tourists huddled together, their fear a palpable thing, binding them in a fragile unity. They were trapped in a silent city, a city that seemed to defy the laws of nature, a city whose silence held a dark, unspoken secret. Eldoria, the silent city, was more than just quiet. It was a place where the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel, threatening to swallow them whole. Attempts at escape proved futile. The streets shifted, rearranged themselves, leading them back to the town square. The perfectly manicured lawns, initially charming, now seemed to writhe, the grass swaying in a phantom wind, the hedges morphing into monstrous shapes that lurked just beyond the periphery of their vision. The town was sentient, they realized, a living entity actively resisting their attempts to escape. It was a place of uncanny stillness, an unsettling perfection, a nightmarish reflection of their deepest fears. Eldoria, the silent city, was a cage, and they were its prisoners, trapped in a horrifying symphony of silence. Each moment spent in this silent town chipped away at their sanity, each passing hour pushing them closer to the brink of madness, and each unanswered question deepened the pit of despair. Even the sky above seemed complicit in the silence. The stars, normally twinkling with brilliance, were dim, their light strangely muted, as if choked by the profound silence that permeated the city. The very air seemed to vibrate with a low, almost imperceptible hum, a silent song of cosmic horror that resonated deep within their souls. As the hours stretched into an eternity, the tourists began to exhibit signs of psychological distress. Whispers turned into screams, then into incoherent mumbling. The lines between reality and hallucination blurred, as the unsettling perfection of Eldoria worked its insidious magic, slowly but surely breaking down their sense of self. They were no longer tourists, they were victims, caught in the silent web of a malevolent city, its silent terror an inescapable trap. The silent city of Eldoria was not merely a place, it was a state of mind, a haunting reflection of the unspoken horrors within, and within each of them. Their cries for help, swallowed by the oppressive silence, were lost to the cosmic indifference of this unnatural place, leaving only a haunting, echoing emptiness in their wake. The silence itself was a weapon, a tool of unimaginable horror, that not only stole their voices but threatened to consume their very minds. The escape seemed impossible, the future bleak, the present filled with a silence more terrifying than any scream. The silence, initially a curious anomaly, had morphed into something far more sinister. It wasn't merely the absence of ambient noise, it was an absence of sound itself. Their voices, when they tried to speak, felt swallowed, absorbed by the very fabric of Eldoria. A scream, a shout, a whispered plea, all vanished into the suffocating stillness, leaving behind only an echoing emptiness. The initial fear gave way to a deeper, more primal terror, a visceral understanding that this wasn't just a quiet town, It was a place where sound itself had ceased to exist. Panic began to fester, spreading like a contagion through the small group. The jovial camaraderie of the bus ride had evaporated, replaced by a chilling sense of isolation. Each individual became a solitary island in a sea of unnerving silence, their shared predicament unable to bridge the chasm of fear that had opened up between them. Beatrice, her face ashen, her eyes wide with a terror that transcended simple fright, stumbled, clutching at her throat as if attempting to grasp the missing sounds. She mouthed words, but no sound emerged, only the desperate, silent plea in her eyes. The tourists scattered, their desperate attempts to escape the creeping dread only serving to reinforce their entrapment. They ran, not towards a destination, but away from the suffocating silence that seemed to press in on them from all sides, a tangible pressure that threatened to crush their lungs, their spirits. Yet, every direction led back to the unsettling, symmetrical streets of Eldoria. The town seemed to breathe, to shift subtly, its architecture shifting like a nightmare's landscape. One woman, a young artist named Anya, frantically attempted to sketch the scene, but her charcoal struggled to capture the unnerving stillness. The paper felt strangely resistant, the strokes hesitant, as if the very act of recording Eldoria's silence was an act of defiance against the city's malevolent will. She looked at her drawing, a chaotic mess of unfinished lines, the perfect symmetry of the town mocking her efforts. The silence seemed to seep into her very being, silencing her thoughts and chilling her to the bone. The feeling of being watched intensified. It felt less like observation and more like the profound, silent scrutiny of a vast, uncaring intelligence. A young man, desperate to break the oppressive stillness, struck a large, ornate clock in the town square with his fist, the soundless blow echoing in the hollow chambers of his mind. He looked at the perfectly preserved clock face. It still read 3:17, the same time it had been hours ago, when they had first entered this silent purgatory. The timeless, perfect stillness was a cruel mockery of their rapidly dwindling hope. The hands remained frozen, mocking his desperate, silent plea. Others tried to communicate through writing, notes scribbled on scraps of paper, desperate messages hurled into the abyss of the silence, but their attempts to break the silence seemed as futile as attempting to grasp smoke. Their words remained unread, their silent screams unheard. The town absorbed their fear, their pleas, their very essence, converting their desperate attempts at connection into more fuel for the silent fire that consumed them. The lack of sound became a physical sensation, a tangible weight bearing down on them. It felt like a void, an absence not merely of noise but of everything, of warmth, of life, of hope. It was as if the very air had been drained of its vibrancy, leaving behind only a chilling, empty space. The silent pressure became so unbearable, a weight that pressed not just upon their ears, but upon their chests, their souls. As night enveloped Eldoria, the silence deepened, becoming more profound, more suffocating. The darkness, devoid of the comforting sounds of night, crickets, owls, wind, amplified the terror. Shadows danced at the edge of their vision, distorting familiar shapes into grotesque parodies of themselves. These weren't ordinary shadows, they pulsed, rippled, and seemed to have a life of their own, weaving between the tourists like malevolent spirits. The city itself felt to be alive, observing, judging, and preparing to act. The perfectly manicured lawns seemed to undulate with a hidden life, the leaves of the trees whispering secrets in a language they couldn't understand, a language of silence. The very air felt thick with unspoken horror, saturated with a presence that was both invisible and profoundly terrifying. Each breath they took seemed to contain the chilling essence of Eldoria's profound silence. Desperate for an escape, some tourists attempted to force open doors, break windows. Yet, every effort met with an unseen resistance, a silent, implacable force that seemed to reinforce the city's boundaries, its isolation. Metal bent, wood cracked, but the doors and windows held firm, as if held together not by mortar and timber, but by the implacable will of Eldoria itself. The constant, absolute silence began to fracture their minds, eroding their sanity piece by piece. Conversations turned into incoherent ramblings, coherent thoughts into fragmented images, reality into nightmare. The line between their perception and hallucination became impossibly thin. Were the shadows real, or was it the silence itself twisting their minds, manifesting their deepest fears? Was the shifting ground a trick of the light, or was the very land under their feet moving, breathing, changing to reinforce their entrapment? The silence became a cruel tormentor, a relentless force that chipped away at their sanity, feeding on their terror and despair. Some, driven to madness, began to wander aimlessly, their eyes vacant, their movements mechanical. Others huddled together, their desperate whispers lost to the oppressive stillness, their fears amplified by the shared despair. Their cries for help, their attempts to breach the silence, remained unanswered. They were entirely alone, adrift in a silent ocean of horror, where the absence of sound was the most terrifying thing imaginable. The silence was not simply an absence, but an active, malevolent force, feeding on their fear, consuming their hope, and drawing them inexorably closer to their silent demise. As the sun rose again, painting the sky in hues of a silent dawn, the tourists were left battered and broken, the once vibrant group reduced to a collection of haunted shells, their souls scarred by the silent horror of Eldoria. The city remained unchanged, perfectly preserved, its silence undisturbed, waiting for its next victims. The weight of the silent city clung to them, a chilling reminder of their ordeal, a silent testament to the terrifying power of a place where sound itself was forbidden, a place where silence became a weapon of unimaginable horror. The haunting memory of Eldoria, the silent city, would forever linger, a silent scream echoing in the chambers of their hearts, a constant reminder of the horrifying abyss of the silent unknown. The first sign of Eldoria's inhabitants came not as a sudden appearance, but as a gradual unveiling. A figure, hunched and cloaked, emerged from a shadowed alleyway, their face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. They didn't speak, didn't shout, didn't even seem to breathe audibly. Instead, they gestured, their movements fluid and deliberate, pointing towards a crumbling stone tablet embedded in the wall nearby. Hesitantly, Anya approached, her heart hammering against her ribs. The tablet was covered in faded glyphs, a language utterly foreign to her. But the figure, using a combination of gestures and mime, seemed to be indicating the tablet's significance, a history, a story etched into the stone. As more of Eldoria's inhabitants emerged, equally silent, equally enigmatic, it became clear that this was their way of communication, a silent ballet of gestures and symbols. The inhabitants, though seemingly ageless, were not homogeneous. Some were dressed in archaic clothing, others in attire that seemed strangely modern, though subtly out of place, like photographs taken from a forgotten era. They moved with an unnatural grace, their actions precise and deliberate, yet imbued with a haunting stillness. There was something unsettling about their eyes, blank, almost vacant, yet filled with an unnerving depth that hinted at something profoundly ancient and unsettling lurking beneath the surface. Slowly, painstakingly, the tourists, aided by the silent inhabitants, began to decipher the stone tablet's cryptic symbols. It told a tale of Eldoria's creation, not through natural processes, but through a deliberate, almost unnatural act, a celestial event, perhaps, or a dark ritual. The stone spoke of a city crafted not from earth and stone, but from a substance that seemed to defy earthly comprehension, a material that somehow absorbed sound, silencing everything within its confines. Another inhabitant led them to a well-preserved library, its shelves filled with ancient books, their pages brittle and yellowed with age. However, the books were not filled with words, but with intricate drawings, diagrams, and symbolic representations that echoed the glyphs on the stone tablet. The images depicted a history of the city's descent into silence, a slow, chilling transformation that seemed to have spanned centuries, if not millennia. They saw pictures of vibrant streets full of sound and laughter, gradually fading into the muted stillness the tourists now experienced. One particularly disturbing illustration showed a catastrophic event, a celestial body passing terrifyingly close to the town, its power wreaking havoc on Eldoria. Following that were images of its inhabitants slowly succumbing to the silence, their voices fading, their expressions mirroring the hollow, empty stare now evident in the eyes of the townsfolk. The drawings were unnervingly detailed, capturing the gradual decay of their ability to make sound, their struggle to communicate, ending in a silent, desperate grasp for human connection. As the tourists pored over these silent chronicles, a chilling revelation emerged. The silence wasn't a curse, but a carefully preserved state, a condition they, the inhabitants, had actively maintained for generations. The city wasn't merely silent, it was a cage, a self-imposed prison designed to protect Eldoria from something far more terrifying than the absence of sound. Something the city's inhabitants didn't want to draw to themselves once more. Anya, her artistic eye recognizing a pattern in the increasingly detailed drawings, noticed a recurrent symbol, a spiral, almost cosmic in nature. This spiral, depicted in the images both before and after the cataclysmic event, seemed to represent a connection to something beyond Eldoria, something vast, ancient, and incomprehensibly powerful. The city's silence, she realized, was not merely a consequence, but a shield, a desperate attempt to prevent a resurgence of whatever that cosmic power had been, a power that the loss of sound somehow seemed to hold at bay. The inhabitants, through gestures and further drawings, conveyed their own desperate struggle. They weren't just trapped in silence, they were actively fighting to maintain it. Their silent gestures spoke of fear, of a profound, almost cosmic terror, a dread that went far beyond the immediate reality of their voiceless existence. It was a fear that resonated through their every movement, a primal dread etched into the very lines of their faces, their bodies, their gestures. Through meticulously crafted sketches, they illustrated their attempts to escape, their desperate experiments to restore sound, their terrifying encounters with what lay beyond Eldoria's silent walls. The pictures spoke of failure, of despair, and of an unwavering determination to maintain their self-imposed silence, a grim, eternal vigil. They described what they had found when they had tried to break the silence, monstrous entities lurking just beyond the edge of Eldoria, drawn to the slightest hint of sound. One drawing depicted a horrific creature, its form shifting, amorphous, its eyes burning with malevolent light. It was a cosmic horror, something that defied earthly description, a being that seemed to exist beyond human comprehension, yet its very presence was terrifyingly palpable in the silent strokes of the image. The drawing conveyed a sense of overwhelming cosmic dread, a horror that transcended human understanding. The inhabitants' silent narrative painted a picture of Eldoria not as a simple isolated town but as a desperate, silent fortress guarding against a terrifying and unknowable entity, its silence a fragile barrier against cosmic horror. The silence wasn't a curse, it was a desperate, centuries-long sacrifice, a constant battle against the terrifying truth that lay beyond their silent walls, a truth that the deafening silence somehow managed to keep at bay. The longer the tourists spent deciphering Eldoria's history, the more profoundly unsettling their experience became. The initial fear of silence gave way to a far deeper, more cosmic terror. They were not merely trapped in a quiet town, they were trapped in the heart of a silent war, a struggle between the mundane and the truly terrifying, a struggle waged in absolute silence. The city itself felt less like a place and more like a monument, a testament to the desperate measures taken to keep something unimaginable at bay. As the day wore on, the inhabitants began to lead the tourists towards the edge of town, guiding them with silent, almost apologetic gestures. It became chillingly clear that the silent, desperate inhabitants of Eldoria were not trying to hold the tourists captive, but rather protecting them, unknowingly, from the unseen terror that lurked just beyond their silent city walls. It was an act of profound, chilling selflessness, a silent sacrifice made to prevent the awakening of something utterly unimaginable, something that the absence of sound somehow held at bay. The unspoken message was clear, though horrifying. Eldoria's silence was not just a consequence, but a necessary and desperate defense. The silence was their weapon, their shield, and their prison. And the tourists, whether they wanted it or not, had become part of this silent, desperate defense. Their presence in Eldoria had become part of the city's centuries-old, silent battle. The silent inhabitants, sensing the tourists' growing understanding, led them towards the heart of Eldoria. They passed through streets where the very stones seemed to absorb sound, a chilling testament to the city's peculiar nature. The air itself felt thick, heavy, as if burdened by the weight of centuries of silence. Each step echoed not with sound, but with a palpable sense of unease, a creeping dread that settled deep within the tourists' bones. They arrived at a circular plaza, dominated by a structure that resembled an ancient well, but far larger and more imposing. Its stonework was intricately carved, covered in the same glyphs that adorned the tablet, but here, the carvings seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. The silent inhabitants, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and resignation, gestured towards the well, their movements indicating its importance. Anya, emboldened by their trust, cautiously approached the structure. As she reached out to touch the cold stone, a strange sensation washed over her, a tingling, a buzzing that resonated deep within her very being. The air around the well seemed to shimmer, to distort, as if the fabric of reality itself was being subtly manipulated. One of the inhabitants, bolder than the others, produced a small, intricately carved wooden object from beneath their cloak. It was a sphere, no larger than Anya's fist, crafted from a dark, polished wood that seemed to absorb light. The sphere was covered in intricate carvings, mirroring the symbols on the well and the stone tablet. As the inhabitant handed it to Anya, a faint vibration emanated from the object, a subtle tremor that seemed to resonate with the pulsing light emanating from the well. Anya held the sphere, feeling its strange energy thrumming against her palm. Suddenly, a faint whisper seemed to emanate from the object, a sound so low, so subtle, it barely registered in her consciousness. Yet, it was undeniable, a faint murmur, a hint of sound breaking through the city's absolute silence. It felt as though the sphere itself was amplifying the very essence of the city's muted sound. As Anya examined the sphere more closely, she noticed a tiny, almost imperceptible crack on its surface. As she ran her finger along the crack, a wave of understanding washed over her. The sphere wasn't simply an amplifier of sound, but a regulator. It was the key to Eldoria's silence, a device that controlled the flow of sound within the city. The crack, she surmised, represented a weakening in its power. The sphere was slowly losing its grip on the city's acoustic reality. With the sphere in hand, Anya moved closer to the well. The inhabitants watched, their eyes filled with a strange mixture of hope and dread. As Anya placed the sphere against the well's surface, the faint buzzing intensified. The air around them shimmered and distorted further, the light emanating from the well pulsed with greater intensity, and a low hum resonated from the very heart of the stone. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the ground, then another, stronger this time. The tourists held their breath, fearing that the centuries-old silence was about to be shattered, fearing the unknown consequences of breaking the city's acoustic barrier. Suddenly, a high-pitched whine pierced the air, so powerful and sharp it was almost painful. The tourists instinctively covered their ears, and the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The well's light pulsed wildly, its intensity growing exponentially, as if some immense force were pushing against its containment. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The silence returned, but it was a different silence now, heavier, more oppressive. The vibrant, almost tangible silence of Eldoria had been replaced by a suffocating, dead silence, the kind of silence that follows a deafening roar. It was the silence of a vacuum, void of anything that even slightly resembled sound. The previous silence was a stillness, this was annihilation. The inhabitants reacted with visible distress. Their gestures, usually precise and controlled, became frantic and disorganized, expressing a deep, visceral fear. Anya understood immediately. The sphere had not broken the silence, but had instead caused it to collapse. The city's acoustic barrier had not shattered but imploded. In breaking the city's silence, they'd released something far more dangerous. The sphere lay inert against the well's surface, its energy drained. The carvings, once vibrant, were now dulled, the faint crack now a gaping fissure. Its function was done, its purpose fulfilled, or rather, its intended purpose had failed in a catastrophic manner. It was clear that the delicate balance Eldoria maintained was gone. As they began to examine the aftermath, Anya's gaze drifted to the carvings on the well. She noticed something that had previously been obscured by the pulsating light, a secondary set of symbols, faintly etched beneath the primary glyphs, an underlying script. They appeared much older, far more primal, seemingly etched in a forgotten, alien tongue. These symbols depicted a being of immense cosmic power, a grotesque entity of unimaginable size, its form shifting and amorphous, its many eyes burning with a malevolent light. It wasn't just a drawing, it was a depiction of raw, cosmic dread, a being that seemed to exist beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. This entity was far more terrifying than the entity depicted in the library's illustrations, far more powerful and far more insidious. The secondary carvings described a ritual, a sacrifice, the silencing of Eldoria, performed to contain this entity, to prevent its intrusion into their reality. The sphere, Anya realized, was not just a tool of silence, but a part of this ancient ritual. It was a keystone, a locking mechanism, keeping the entity bound to the outer limits of their existence. By tampering with the sphere, by breaking the silence, they had unintentionally unleashed the very entity Eldoria had worked for centuries to contain. Terror gripped the tourists. Their initial fear of silence had been replaced by an almost incomprehensible cosmic dread. The silence of Eldoria was not merely a consequence, but a centuries-long act of containment, a desperate attempt to prevent the awakening of an entity so vast, so powerful, that its very existence threatened to unravel the fabric of reality itself. The city was not silent. It was a prison, a cage meticulously built to hold an entity beyond human imagination. And now, that cage was broken. The inhabitants, sensing the impending doom, began to retreat, their gestures now filled with a profound, silent despair. They were not just fleeing the potential unleashing of the cosmic horror, they were abandoning their centuries-long vigil, surrendering to the inevitable. Their self-imposed silence, once a shield, had become their undoing. Anya, clutching the broken sphere, felt a wave of profound despair wash over her. They had come to Eldoria seeking answers, only to uncover a truth far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The silence of Eldoria was not a mystery to be solved, but a warning to be heeded, a silent testament to the terrifying fragility of reality and the unknowable horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of the mundane. The silent city was not simply quiet, it was a tomb, a testament to the ultimate failure of a centuries-long, silent war against cosmic horror, a war that they, unintentionally, had just lost. The unsettling truth hung heavy in the air, palpable as the oppressive silence that had descended upon the once silent city, a silence now pregnant with the dread of what was to come. The silence was no longer merely a phenomenon, it was a harbinger, a chilling precursor to the cosmic horror that was about to be unleashed. The tourists were not just trapped, they were doomed. The initial tremors subsided, leaving behind an unnerving stillness, a silence deeper and more profound than before. It wasn't the comforting quiet of a peaceful countryside, this was a void, a suffocating absence of sound that pressed against the eardrums, a physical weight that threatened to crush the tourists' spirits. The air itself seemed to crackle with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of wrongness hanging heavy in the atmosphere. The inhabitants of Eldoria, their faces etched with a despair far beyond simple fear, began to disperse, their movements fluid and almost ghost-like, disappearing into the labyrinthine streets as if melting into the very fabric of the city. Their retreat wasn't a panicked flight, it was a resignation, a silent acceptance of the inevitable. They were leaving their city, not to escape a threat, but to surrender to it. Anya, still clutching the cracked sphere, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The object was cold to the touch, its once vibrant energy completely drained, leaving it inert and lifeless in her hand. The intricate carvings, now dull and lifeless, mirrored the desolation that had descended upon Eldoria. The city's silence wasn't merely broken, it had imploded, releasing something far more sinister than a mere absence of sound. Mark, usually the most pragmatic of the group, stared at the well, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. He whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself, it wasn't just silence, it was a prison. Sarah, her face pale and drawn, nodded slowly. She pointed towards the well, her voice trembling slightly. Those symbols, the ones underneath, they weren't just decorative. They showed something monstrous. The secondary carvings, barely visible beneath the primary glyphs, were indeed terrifying. They depicted a being of cosmic proportions, a grotesque entity with shifting, amorphous features, tentacles writhing and unfurling from its massive body, its myriad eyes burning with malevolent, unearthly light. It was a being that defied description, an entity whose very existence challenged the boundaries of human comprehension. It was not just a depiction of horror, it was horror itself, rendered tangible in the form of ancient symbols. The carvings detailed a ritual, a sacrifice, the very silencing of Eldoria, performed to imprison this being, to bind it to the fringes of reality. The sphere, Anya realized, was not just a regulator of sound, but a keystone of the ritual, a vital part of the ancient containment mechanism. By breaking the silence, they had unintentionally unleashed the very horror they had sought to understand. A wave of profound guilt washed over Anya. Their curiosity, their desire to unravel the mystery of Eldoria, had led them to inadvertently shatter a centuries-old barrier, unleashing a cosmic horror that threatened to consume not only the city, but perhaps the entire world. The tourists, paralyzed by terror, slowly began to retreat from the plaza. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of impending doom. The silence, now heavier, more oppressive than before, was no longer merely an absence of sound, it was a harbinger, a prelude to an unimaginable cataclysm. As they navigated the eerie streets, they noticed subtle changes in the city. The buildings seemed to shift and distort, their shadows lengthening and contracting unpredictably. The very architecture of Eldoria seemed to be unraveling, twisting and turning as if under some unseen pressure. The air, once heavy with a sense of unease, now shimmered with an almost hallucinatory quality, the borders of reality bending and blurring under the weight of the unleashed entity. They found their way back to the edge of the city, their escape route now seemingly different, warped by the unfolding cosmic event. The familiar landmarks were shifted, replaced by distorted versions of themselves. Paths they had traversed earlier seemed to disappear before their eyes, replaced by unsettling new landscapes. Eldoria was crumbling, collapsing under the weight of its unleashed prison. Their escape was fraught with danger. Shadows danced at the periphery of their vision, whispering voices seeming to emanate from the distorted architecture, beckoning them towards an unseen abyss. The very fabric of reality seemed to fray around them as they struggled to find their way back to the world they knew. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they stumbled out of the altered landscape of Eldoria, emerging back into the familiar world they had left behind. The sudden change was jarring. The bright sunlight, the sounds of traffic and birdsong, felt overwhelming after the crushing silence of Eldoria. But the escape wasn't complete. The experience had irrevocably altered them. They carried with them the weight of their discovery, the chilling knowledge of the cosmic horror lurking just beyond the veil of the mundane. Even the world outside Eldoria felt subtly different, distorted by their exposure to its unsettling reality. The silence of Eldoria, though seemingly left behind, still clung to them in the form of subtle, almost imperceptible sensory shifts. Sound seemed muted, colors appeared less vibrant, and a constant sense of unease lingered at the periphery of their awareness. The world, once familiar and comforting, now felt strangely altered, fragile, poised on the brink of something unknown and terrible. They had escaped Eldoria physically, but the city, in its silent, terrifying essence, remained a part of them, a constant reminder of the fragile nature of reality and the unknowable horrors that lurk just beyond the reach of human understanding. Their ordeal was far from over. They were forever changed, forever marked by their encounter with the silent city and the cosmic horror it had so meticulously contained. The world outside Eldoria might seem normal, but they carried with them the chilling knowledge of what lay beneath the surface, a knowledge that would forever color their perception of reality. A constant whisper in the back of their minds, a chilling reminder that some silences are far more terrifying than any sound. The world was still, but their world would never be the same again. A profound unease would forever echo in their souls. The silent city had left its mark, and it was a mark that would never fade. Story 2, The Retrograde Town of Havenwood. The battered map, crumpled in Elias's hand, offered no solace. It depicted a network of roads that simply didn't exist anymore, or perhaps never had. He and Clara, his girlfriend, stared at the swirling asphalt ahead, a ribbon of gray disappearing into the deepening twilight. They'd been aiming for a quaint bed-and-breakfast nestled somewhere in the backwoods of Vermont, a romantic getaway to celebrate their anniversary. Now, surrounded by an oppressive silence punctuated only by the rhythmic hum of their aging car, they were utterly lost. "Are you sure this is the right way?" Clara asked, her voice tight with a nervousness Elias hadn't heard in years. He'd always been the adventurous one, the one who relished the thrill of the unknown, but even he felt a prickle of unease, a disquieting sense of wrongness that settled deep in his bones. The map seemed clear enough, Elias mumbled, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He swallowed, the dryness in his throat mirroring the unsettling dryness in the air. The forest, once a vibrant tapestry of green and brown, seemed to have muted its colors, the trees standing rigidly, like silent sentinels guarding a dark secret. The air grew colder, a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the setting sun. A thick fog began to roll in, blurring the already indistinct landscape. Within minutes, visibility was reduced to near zero. Elias slowed the car, his heart pounding in his chest. He strained his eyes, trying to penetrate the suffocating whiteness, but all he could see was an impenetrable wall of fog. Then, through the swirling mist, a light appeared, a single, unwavering beacon in the encroaching darkness. Hope flickered in Elias's chest. He steered the car towards the light, a silent prayer on his lips. As they drew closer, the light resolved itself into a collection of streetlights, casting a sickly yellow glow on buildings that seemed to materialize out of the fog. They pulled into a town square, the car's headlights cutting through the dense fog like a knife through butter. The town was eerily quiet, devoid of any movement or sound. The buildings, bathed in the artificial light, were a picture of 1950s Americana, a diner with a chrome counter, a movie theater with a marquee advertising a film Elias recognized from old black and white movies, a general store with a vintage Coca-Cola sign hanging above the doorway. The scene was a tableau of a bygone era, flawlessly preserved, disturbingly silent. But it was the people, or rather, the lack thereof, that truly unnerved Elias and Clara. Not a soul was visible. The streets, though seemingly intact, were deserted. A single car, a pristine 1957 Chevy Bel Air, sat parked in front of the diner, its engine cold, its interior empty. The overall atmosphere was one of suspended animation, as if time had simply stopped, leaving everything frozen in a moment from another time. Clara, her face pale and drawn, stared at the deserted street. This isn't real," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. The scene was too perfect, too pristine, too eerily silent. It felt like stepping into a diorama, a meticulously crafted representation of a time long gone. Elias got out of the car, the cold air biting at his exposed skin. He walked towards the diner, the silence amplifying the rhythm of his heartbeat. The air felt thick, heavy, almost suffocating. He reached for the diner's door handle. It was cold and smooth beneath his touch. The door swung open silently, revealing a deserted interior. The chrome counter gleamed, polished to a mirror shine, and the stools were perfectly aligned. A half-finished milkshake sat on the counter, untouched. He stepped inside, and the unsettling sensation intensified. The air hung heavy with the phantom scent of coffee and old vinyl records. The jukebox in the corner remained silent, its needle frozen mid-air. The entire diner seemed frozen in time, captured in a single moment from a distant past. It was a perfect illusion, a breathtaking recreation of the past, but it was also profoundly unsettling. Clara joined him, her eyes wide with apprehension. She touched a vintage soda bottle on a shelf, its smooth surface surprisingly cold. A wave of dizziness washed over her. The room tilted slightly, the colors seeming to shift and blur for a moment, before settling back into their unsettling perfection. They cautiously explored the town. Every building was a snapshot from the past, impeccably preserved, yet completely devoid of life. A newspaper lay on a doorstep, its headline detailing a local event from 1957. A child's tricycle stood abandoned on a sidewalk, its paint chipped but otherwise perfect. Everything spoke of a life that had abruptly ceased, a civilization frozen in time. As they walked, the oppressive silence began to take on a new dimension. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was a palpable presence, a weight pressing down on them, a suffocating blanket of stillness. The quiet was no longer comforting, it was a sinister entity, a malevolent force that seemed to seep into their very being. They started to feel trapped, like insects caught in a beautifully preserved, deadly amber. Their exploration brought them to a small, unassuming park at the edge of town. A rusted swing set stood forlornly in a corner, its chains creaking faintly in the still air. The air here was even colder, denser, heavier. A feeling of dread washed over them. A grotesque carving on a nearby oak tree, almost invisible under the shadows of the growing twilight, sent a chill crawling up their spines. This wasn't merely a quaint 1950s town, it was a meticulously crafted prison. Havenwood wasn't frozen in time, it was trapped in it, and they were now trapped with it, unwilling participants in a timeless drama of an unknown horror. The fog closed in, swallowing the light, leaving them enveloped in an oppressive, suffocating darkness, the silence growing exponentially worse, more profound, and menacing with each passing second. Escape seemed impossible. The wrong turn they had taken wasn't just a navigational error, it was a transgression into a realm beyond human comprehension, a place where time stood still, and horror reigned supreme. The idyllic facade of Havenwood concealed a terrifying reality, a secret that threatened to consume them completely, their hopes of escaping the town slowly diminishing with each passing moment. The town was waiting, patient, its sinister secrets concealed beneath a layer of 1950s charm. And they were trapped in its grasp. The diner's door creaked shut behind them, the sound oddly amplified in the unnatural stillness. The air, thick with the scent of stale coffee and something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling, hung heavy in their lungs. Clara coughed, a small, brittle sound in the oppressive silence. She reached out a trembling hand to touch the smooth, cold surface of the counter. The half-finished milkshake, a frothy swirl of pale pink, sat untouched, a macabre still life. It seemed to pulse with an unnatural luminescence, its surface shimmering faintly. They moved deeper into the diner, their footsteps echoing unnervingly on the polished linoleum floor. The jukebox, a relic from a bygone era, stood silent, its needle frozen mid-song. Elias ran a finger across the dusty vinyl record on the turntable, the dust clinging to his skin like a second layer. The record's surface was smooth and cool to the touch, yet it radiated a faint warmth that prickled his fingertips. The album cover depicted a smiling family, father, mother, and 2 children, their faces obscured by the thick layer of dust. They explored the rest of the diner, each booth, each table, a frozen tableau of a life that had abruptly ceased. Newspapers, dating back to 1957, lay scattered on the tables, their headlines chronicling seemingly mundane events, a local baseball game, a town fair, a church picnic. Yet, the events described seemed to lack the vital spark of life, reading like a carefully constructed script, devoid of genuine emotion. The photographs accompanying the articles were sharp, clear, yet oddly lifeless, their subjects frozen in a state of eerie stillness. As they moved from the diner towards the street, a figure emerged from the shadows of the nearby movie theater. It was a young woman, dressed in a 1950s-style dress, her hair perfectly coiffed. She was strikingly beautiful, with eyes that held a disconcerting emptiness. She moved with an unnatural grace, her steps silent, her movements precise and deliberate. She seemed to float rather than walk. She didn't speak, but her gaze settled upon them, a chilling stare that seemed to penetrate their very souls. She raised a hand, a gesture that was neither threatening nor welcoming, simply present. The gesture was unnervingly precise, as if rehearsed countless times. Then, as suddenly as she appeared, she vanished into the fog, leaving them enveloped in an unsettling silence once more. They continued their exploration, venturing into the other buildings of Havenwood. Each structure was a testament to a bygone era, impeccably preserved, yet profoundly unsettling. The general store was stocked with goods that had long since gone out of production, jars of candies with faded labels, bottles of sodas with designs reminiscent of a time before plastic, rows upon rows of household products that seemed antiquated. The shelves were remarkably organized, undisturbed by dust or decay. It was as if the shopkeeper had simply vanished mid-transaction. A quaint little library, preserved in its prime, held rows of books, old novels, dusty textbooks, and worn encyclopedias. The titles suggested a life of simple pleasures, the joy of gardening, the art of baking, a beginner's guide to sewing. But the books themselves felt strangely cold to the touch, radiating a chill that seeped into their very bones. Elias picked up a worn copy of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, its pages brittle with age, its spine cracked, yet remarkably free from dust. He opened it to a page depicting a sun-drenched scene of idyllic boyhood, but the colors seemed muted, lifeless. He felt a strange sense of vertigo when he closed it. The houses were equally unsettling. Each was a snapshot of domestic life, flawlessly frozen in time. In one, a family portrait hung above the fireplace, the faces of the family members blurred, almost indiscernible. In another, a half-finished jigsaw puzzle lay on a table, its pieces scattered, yet strangely organized as if waiting for a hand to complete the image. The scenes they encountered were oddly mundane, but unsettlingly devoid of human interaction. The kitchens were stocked with supplies, yet no meals had been prepared. The bedrooms were meticulously made, yet no one slept there. As they wandered, the silence became a palpable presence, a weight pressing down on them, an oppressive blanket of stillness that threatened to suffocate them. The air grew colder, the fog thicker, the colors around them seemed to blur and shift, the edges of reality fraying at the seams. They felt watched, observed by unseen eyes, their every movement scrutinized by a silent, unseen audience. They came across a schoolhouse, its playground abandoned, the swings motionless. Chalkboards, still inscribed with childish drawings and equations, bore testament to a life that had abruptly ceased. The drawings, however, held a strange, unsettling undercurrent. Faces seemed to leer from the shadows of the drawings, eyes peering out from the background, a subtle suggestion of an unknown evil lurking beneath the simple illustrations. In the town square, they encountered a group of people, men and women dressed in 1950s attire, moving with slow, deliberate movements, their faces strangely blank and expressionless. They were like automatons, going through the motions of everyday life, yet devoid of emotion or individuality. They seemed oblivious to Elias and Clara's presence, their gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. There was a disturbing robotic quality about them. They spoke in monotone voices, repeating phrases that felt devoid of meaning, as if playing a record on repeat. The conversations they overheard were snippets of dialogue seemingly extracted from old movies, phrases lacking true emotion or intention. The people of Havenwood, if they could be called that, were unsettlingly passive. Their movements were jerky, stilted, their faces expressionless masks. A wave of nausea washed over Clara as she watched a woman meticulously polishing a window that was already pristine. The action was both absurd and terrifying, a futile ritual performed with unwavering dedication. The entire town seemed to be engaged in an elaborate charade, a macabre play staged for an unseen audience. As twilight descended, the fog thickened, swallowing the already muted colors of Havenwood. The temperature plummeted, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into their very bones. The air became heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread. They felt trapped, surrounded, their escape route obscured by a wall of impenetrable fog. The charming facade of 1950s Americana had crumbled, revealing a sinister, nightmarish reality. The town was not frozen in time, it was trapped in an eternal loop of nightmarish repetition, and they were trapped within it, unwilling participants in a drama that seemed to have no beginning and no end. The oppressive silence returned, broken only by the faint creaking of the rusty swings in the deserted playground. The silence was no longer empty, it was filled with a malevolent presence, a sinister hum that vibrated deep within their bones. Havenwood was not merely a town, it was an entity, a malevolent being that had ensnared them in its timeless prison. Escape seemed impossible, their hopes of leaving the town fading with each passing moment. The 1950s facade was merely a veil, a thin layer obscuring a terrifying, ancient horror. And they were trapped within it, their fate inextricably bound to the terrifying secrets of Havenwood. The unsettling perfection of the town was slowly morphing into something far more sinister, something that threatened to consume them entirely. They were trapped, not just in time, but in a nightmare from which there seemed no escape. The horrifying reality of Havenwood pressed down upon them, a suffocating weight threatening to extinguish the last embers of hope. The unsettling perfection of Havenwood was beginning to fray at the edges, the pristine facade cracking to reveal something far more sinister beneath. The repetitive nature of the town, the frozen moments in time, was starting to feel less like a charming quirk and more like a suffocating prison. Clara, her breath misting in the increasingly frigid air, shivered not just from the cold, but from a deeper, more primal fear. Elias, equally unnerved, clutched a worn copy of The Catcher in the Rye he'd found in the library, the paper strangely cold against his skin. The book, like everything else in Havenwood, felt off. It hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible energy, a vibration that resonated deep within his bones. They decided to approach the situation systematically, hoping to find some pattern, some clue to unlock Havenwood's terrifying secret. They returned to the diner, the metallic scent still clinging to the air. This time, they focused on the details. The jukebox, still frozen mid-song, held a clue. Elias carefully examined the record. It wasn't just old, it was warped, subtly distorted, as if time itself had twisted its physical form. He noticed tiny cracked spider webbing across the vinyl, radiating from the center like the cracks in a broken mirror. They carefully examined the newspaper clippings, searching for inconsistencies. The events reported were mundane, but something felt off. The dates were precise, but there was an absence of progression, a stagnation in the flow of events. Each day seemed to be a repeat of the last, an eternal recurrence of the same day, replayed endlessly. The local baseball team, perpetually stuck in a game against an unnamed opponent, never won or lost, simply played and replayed the same innings eternally. The town fair, a perpetual cycle of cotton candy and Ferris wheels, never concluded. It was a world of perpetual beginnings without ends, a horrifying loop of endless repetition. Clara noticed the photographs in the newspapers. Each photo was impossibly crisp, perfectly focused. Yet, there was a slight blur around the edges of each subject's face, as if the camera had momentarily faltered, as if the reality depicted was wavering on the brink of collapse. They zoomed in on the images using her phone, its digital display displaying images that should have been far fuzzier, given the age and quality of the printed photographs. The digital image revealed something more unsettling. The faces in the photos weren't just blurred, they were subtly shifting. Subtle changes, imperceptible at first glance, but undeniably there. A slight alteration in a nose, a change in a person's gaze, a shift in a person's expression. Each time they zoomed in, the subtle change was there. Then gone. Their investigation led them to the town's outskirts, venturing past the familiar streets into areas shrouded in an increasingly dense fog. They discovered dilapidated buildings, seemingly untouched by the impeccable preservation evident in the town's central areas. These structures were decaying, ravaged by time, a stark contrast to the perfectly preserved 1950s architecture of Havenwood's core. The fog here was colder, thicker, a tangible presence that seemed to whisper secrets in their ears. They encountered strange symbols scrawled on the walls, glyphs that seemed both ancient and utterly alien, hinting at a history far older and more unsettling than the 1950s veneer suggested. The symbols seemed to pulse with a faint light, a subtle energy that felt both repulsive and alluring. Clara felt an irresistible urge to touch them, to decipher their meaning. Elias restrained her, a cold dread gripping his heart. He sensed something ancient, something powerful, lurking behind those arcane symbols. The glyphs seemed to writhe before their eyes, their forms shifting and changing. They were aware that their very act of observation seemed to be altering the symbols themselves. They were living in a town where reality itself was malleable, responding to their presence, to their perception. They found a rusted, overgrown well on the edge of town, its water dark and still, reflecting the swirling fog like a distorted mirror. As they peered into the water's depths, the reflections of the buildings morphed, twisting into grotesque parodies of their actual forms. Faces appeared in the swirling depths, fleeting glimpses of distorted visages that seemed to emerge from the primeval swamp. They saw glimpses of things that seemed both familiar and horrifyingly alien, a terrifying mashup of humanity and something else, something ancient and beyond comprehension. The reflection of the moon in the well water suddenly twisted into a monstrous face, before dissolving back into the normal reflection. As they delved deeper into Havenwood's mysteries, the line between reality and illusion blurred. They started experiencing strange temporal anomalies. One moment, they'd be standing in front of a building, the next, they'd be transported several streets away, sometimes backwards in time, sometimes forwards. The sense of disorientation was overwhelming. They experienced brief flashes of alternate realities, glimmering glimpses of Havenwood as it might have been, or perhaps as it might become. In one moment, they saw vibrant Havenwood bustling with life, its people laughing and interacting normally. The next, they were in a Havenwood that was falling apart, its structures consumed by a monstrous entity. The temporal shifts became more frequent, more intense. They found themselves trapped in moments of perpetual repetition, re-experiencing the same events countless times, walking down the same street, looking at the same house, talking to the same frozen automatons. They began losing track of time, of their place, of their sense of self. The feeling of being watched, being observed, intensified. They couldn't shake the eerie feeling that unseen eyes were always on them, judging their actions, their thoughts. They were losing a sense of self. They felt like puppets, manipulated by an unseen force, pawns in a game they did not understand. One moment, they would be in the sunny, preserved streets of Havenwood. The next, they would be in a decaying ruin in the outskirts of town, surrounded by the creeping fog and the eerie symbols on the old buildings. They started finding themselves repeating conversations and actions, replaying moments from hours, days, or maybe even weeks prior. It was as though Havenwood was trying to force them into its own cycle of repetition, to make them part of its unending nightmare. The town itself seemed to be feeding off their fear, their desperation. As their hope dwindled, the darkness intensified, the fog grew thicker, the temporal anomalies more frequent and jarring. They were losing themselves, their personalities fracturing, their memories blurring as the town exerted more control over them. They started seeing each other morphing into something they didn't recognize, a glimpse of a distorted version of Elias in the mirror, with eyes that glowed unnervingly, a sight that made Clara scream. The next time she looked in the mirror, her own face was distorted, with the same eerie glow. It was a terrifyingly real representation of how much Havenwood's influence was taking control over them. As the night fell, the fog closed in, and a deep resonance filled the air. It was a sound of impending doom, a siren's call to the end of their journey. The town, which seemed frozen in time, seemed to become more sinister as the sun fell below the horizon, its energy changing. They couldn't escape. Havenwood, with its perfect, frozen facade, had become their eternal prison. The fight to survive was becoming an endless struggle for their sanity, their hope, and maybe even their souls. Their attempts to unravel the town's anomaly seemed to only be furthering their entrapment within its terrifying grasp. The town was not merely a place, it was a sentient entity, a cosmic horror that had woven itself into the very fabric of reality, and they were caught in its web, hopelessly entwined in its horrifying, inescapable loop. Driven by a desperate hope to break free from Havenwood's temporal prison, Clara and Elias decided to act. Their meticulous observations had revealed subtle inconsistencies, fleeting moments where the town's rigid timeline seemed to falter. They theorized that if they could exploit these glitches, they might be able to disrupt the loop, to force a change, a progression, anything but the suffocating stasis. Their first attempt was audacious, bordering on reckless. They focused on the perpetually ongoing baseball game, the endless ninth inning that had stretched across decades. Elias, remembering a discarded bat he'd found leaning against the lamppost, decided to use it to break the jukebox in the diner. The act itself felt wrong, a violation of the town's unnatural order. As the needle skipped, a jarring crack reverberated through the diner, the sound strangely amplified, echoing through the town. For a moment, the baseball players froze, their movements arrested mid-swing. Then, with a sudden lurch, the game resumed, yet something was different. The pitcher, usually an indistinct figure, momentarily became clear, a discernible face that held a brief expression of confusion before snapping back to its usual blankness. It was a fleeting glimpse into something beyond the town's manufactured reality, a sliver of true individuality. The change, however, was temporary. The game resumed its relentless cycle within seconds. But the experience emboldened them. They moved on to the town fair, attempting to interfere with its endless loop. Clara, wielding a tattered banner she'd found abandoned in an alley, tried to knock over one of the Ferris wheel's carts, believing that interrupting a key element of the loop might force a chain reaction. The impact was greater than expected. The Ferris wheel shuddered, its mechanical groans amplified in the otherwise silent night. The lights flickered, the cotton candy stall momentarily displayed a sign reading "sold out," before changing back to its usual fresh cotton candy. It was a small victory, but equally alarming. It felt like a rebellion against the very fabric of the town, a defiance that sparked a chain reaction of anomalies across Havenwood. The consequences were immediate and unsettling. The perfect 1950s architecture began to show signs of decay. Peeling paint, rusted metal, and crumbling masonry appeared across previously pristine buildings. The ever-present fog thickened, swallowing the town in a swirling, opaque sea that concealed grotesque shapes within its folds. The residents, the frozen automatons, showed signs of distress, their blank stares now seemed to harbor a flicker of fear, an almost imperceptible tremor in their artificial smiles. The shift was subtle, almost imperceptible, like a ripple in a still pond, but it was a change nonetheless, and it was undeniably unsettling. The next attempt was more subtle, less disruptive. They focused on the town's newspaper archive. They sought to change the mundane reporting of the same day's events, inserting details from their actual lives. They carefully erased headlines, replacing them with invented reports of events that never happened in Havenwood. The process was painstaking and felt deeply wrong. As they did this, the newspaper images began to distort and morph into nightmarish versions of the events being described, the pictures reflecting their changing narratives. It was akin to drawing on a reality that didn't want to be rewritten, a canvas that resisted their changes, fighting back with unsettling images. The air grew heavy with a sense of impending dread, the temporal anomalies becoming more frequent and violent. Time itself seemed to fray at the edges. They found themselves experiencing warped time loops, trapped in moments that stretched and contracted, leaving them disoriented and terrified. Minutes would feel like hours, days would melt into seconds. The very notion of linear time became meaningless, replaced by a chaotic jumble of fragmented moments. The town's frozen perfection was shattered, replaced by a fractured, chaotic reality where the rules of time and space no longer applied. The changes in Havenwood extended beyond the physical realm. Clara and Elias found their memories becoming increasingly unreliable. Events that they knew had happened seemed to shift, morph, disappear from their recollection. They started questioning their own sanity, unsure of what was real and what was the product of Havenwood's warped reality. They began to doubt each other, their bond straining under the weight of the town's insidious influence. The fear, the uncertainty, fueled Havenwood's power, deepening its control over them. Their actions had unleashed unforeseen consequences. The subtle alterations to Havenwood's timeline had created cascading effects, amplifying the town's inherent instability. They had inadvertently awakened something ancient and malevolent, something that lay dormant beneath the town's placid surface. The town, once seemingly frozen in time, was now a swirling vortex of temporal anomalies and existential horror. The very fabric of reality was tearing apart around them. One morning, they woke up in a Havenwood that looked utterly different. Gone was the pristine 1950s aesthetic. Instead, they found themselves in a decaying, dystopian version of the town, its buildings crumbling, its streets overrun with grotesque, mutated versions of the town's inhabitants. The sky was a perpetual twilight, lit by a sickly green glow, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and the whispers of unseen horrors. The town had descended into a nightmarish reflection of their own interference, a twisted perversion of their attempts to escape its clutches. Havenwood had responded to their rebellion not with liberation but with chaos, a punishment for daring to disrupt its eternal loop. They were no longer merely trapped, they were hunted. The mutated residents pursued them relentlessly, their distorted forms echoing the twisted reflections they had seen in the well. They fled through the decaying streets, their every step fraught with danger, the past, present, and future colliding in a terrifying confluence of time and space. They found themselves suddenly in the diner again, the jukebox playing the same song it had played when they first arrived, but now it felt more sinister, the lyrics mocking their futile attempts to escape. The illusion of escape shattered, they were truly trapped, their actions having only succeeded in creating a far more terrifying version of their prison. They sought refuge in the well, the same well they had looked into before, hoping to find another way out, another loophole. Peering into the murky depths, they saw not the distorted reflections of the town, but a multitude of alternate havenwoods, a terrifying kaleidoscope of possible realities, each more horrifying than the last. Their interference had broken the dam, unleashing a flood of potential timelines, each one a terrifying testament to their failure. They were not merely trapped, they were drowning in a sea of infinite possibilities, each one a horrifying nightmare. As they stared into the abyss, they realized the terrifying truth. They were not altering Havenwood's timeline, they were being manipulated by it. Havenwood was not merely a town, it was a sentient entity, a cosmic horror that fed on their fear, their desperation, their attempts to escape. They were merely pieces in a game that was far more intricate and terrifying than they could ever comprehend. Their fight for survival had transformed into a fight for their sanity, their identity, their very souls. The town was not just trapping them, it was slowly consuming them, twisting their identities, their memories, their perceptions, until they were no longer themselves. The consequences of change, in Havenwood, were far greater than they could ever have imagined. They were not escaping Havenwood, Havenwood was escaping into them. The town was becoming a part of them. Their existence, their identity, was merging with the eternal, nightmarish loop of Havenwood. Their story, their escape, their hope, all were fading, lost in the cosmic horror of their inescapable fate. The distorted reflection in the well's murky depths flickered, a kaleidoscope of fractured realities swirling before their eyes. One moment, they saw a Havenwood overrun by monstrous, spider-like creatures, the sky a bruised purple. The next, a version where the town was submerged beneath a churning, blood-red sea, the skeletal remains of buildings jutting from the waves like macabre teeth. Each glimpse was a horrifying glimpse into a potential future, a consequence of their tampering with the town's temporal prison. The sheer number of possibilities, each one a nightmarish variation on their current predicament, was overwhelming, a cosmic horror unfolding before their very eyes. Clara stumbled back, a strangled gasp escaping her lips. The well, once a source of terrifying reflections, now seemed a gateway to an infinite abyss of possibilities, each more dreadful than the last. Elias, his face pale and drawn, reached out a trembling hand, his fingers brushing against the cold, damp stone of the well's edge. He felt a strange pull, a sensation of being drawn into the swirling vortex of images, a feeling of being unmoored from time and space. Their attempts to manipulate Havenwood's timeline had backfired spectacularly. The town, far from being a static entity, was a sentient being, a cosmic horror that reacted to their interference with terrifying precision. They had unleashed a cascade of unintended consequences, fracturing the town's already unstable reality and creating a myriad of alternate timelines, each one a horrifying reflection of their failure. Their struggle to escape had become a struggle for survival against a force far beyond their comprehension. They knew they needed to escape, not just from Havenwood's distorted reality, but from the changes that were creeping into their own beings. The constant warping of time, the insidious influence of the town, was slowly eroding their identities, twisting their memories, their perceptions. They began to experience strange lapses in their memory, moments that were both familiar and yet utterly foreign, their own past becoming increasingly uncertain. Their escape attempt began with a desperate dash through the crumbling streets of Havenwood's dystopian version. The buildings were skeletal remnants of their former glory, their once perfect facades now scarred with cracks and decay. The streets, once neatly paved, were choked with weeds and debris, the air thick with the stench of decay and the palpable sense of dread. Mutated versions of the town's inhabitants lurked in the shadows, their twisted forms a grotesque mockery of humanity. They were no longer merely automatons, but terrifying creatures, their eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence, their movements swift and predatory. They fled through the deserted streets, their hearts pounding in their chests, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence of the town. Every shadow held a threat, every corner concealed a danger. They were constantly looking over their shoulders, their senses heightened, their minds racing. The very ground beneath their feet seemed unsteady, the past, present, and future colliding in a terrifying confluence of time and space. They could feel the town's influence, its insidious power, twisting their perceptions, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Their attempts to escape felt futile. Every corner they turned seemed to lead them back to the same place. The town was a labyrinth, a nightmarish maze with no exit, its streets twisted and warped, its buildings shifting and changing shape before their eyes. The very act of moving forward felt like moving backward, their progression a cyclical journey leading nowhere. They felt the weight of the town's influence, a sense of being trapped, confined, a living nightmare that clung to them, becoming part of them. Their hope of returning to their own time grew increasingly dim. The temporal anomalies were becoming more frequent and more violent, causing their memories to fracture. They struggled to distinguish between the past, present, and future, the lines blurring, their perceptions distorted. Their sanity itself felt fractured, their senses playing tricks on them. They found themselves caught in loops, trapped in moments that stretched and contracted. Clara experienced a flashback, or perhaps it was a premonition. She saw herself in their own time, standing in their apartment, their faces etched with worry, their eyes filled with despair. A chilling feeling of inevitable doom settled over her. This wasn't just a temporal loop. They were being consumed by Havenwood, the town's essence merging with their own. In a desperate act, they sought refuge in the old church, a skeletal structure that stood defiantly amidst the ruins. They hoped for sanctuary, for a temporary reprieve from the horror that pursued them. But the church, too, was affected by Havenwood's decaying influence. The stained glass windows depicted not scenes of biblical serenity, but grotesque parodies of religious iconography, the images twisted and distorted, conveying a sense of cosmic horror. The air inside was heavy with a suffocating sense of dread, an overwhelming feeling of despair that pressed down on them. Inside the church, they discovered a hidden room, a small, dusty space filled with old books and parchments. One book, bound in leather and etched with strange symbols, caught their attention. It spoke of Havenwood, not as a mere town, but as a being, a cosmic entity that fed on human despair and fear. It described the town's ability to trap those who stumbled into its temporal loop, feeding off their desperation, slowly consuming them, twisting them into grotesque reflections of their own inner demons. The book spoke of a ritual, a way to break the town's hold, but it was cryptic, its meaning obscured by ancient symbols and archaic language. Their attempts to decipher the ritual failed. The book's symbols seemed to shift and change, defying their attempts at interpretation. They realized their efforts were futile. The book itself was part of Havenwood's manipulation, a cosmic trap that played on their desperate hopes of escape. They were changed. Their journey to the past had irrevocably altered them. The warped reality of Havenwood, the constant temporal distortions, the insidious influence of the town, it had seeped into their very beings. They felt the shift, the slow erosion of their own identities, the fading of their own memories. Their perceptions were altered, distorted. They were not the same people who had entered Havenwood. Their past selves were being overwritten, replaced by the town's insidious influence, a gradual merging of their identities with the town's eternal, nightmarish loop. They were becoming Havenwood, the town becoming a part of them. There was no escape. Their hope dwindled as the town's influence solidified, their sense of self fading, replaced by the terrifying reality of their inevitable fate. The town was not just trapping them, it was consuming them, their reality becoming indistinguishable from Havenwood's eternal loop. Their identities were fading, their memories fracturing, their pasts and futures merging with the town's infinite nightmare. They were no longer themselves, but twisted reflections of the town's malevolent essence. Their journey back to their own time had become a journey into oblivion. Their escape, their hope, their very souls, all were slowly, inexorably consumed by Havenwood's cosmic horror. The town, it seemed, had won. Story 3. The Fractured City of Viridia. The air in Viridia hung thick and heavy, not with the smell of decay as in Havenwood, but with something far stranger, a dissonance, a cacophony of realities colliding. One moment, the explorers found themselves standing on a cobbled street bathed in the golden light of a perpetual sunset, the air filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sounds of laughter. Then, with a sickening lurch, the scene dissolved, replaced by a cityscape shrouded in perpetual twilight, the buildings skeletal and decaying, the streets deserted except for the scuttling forms of unseen things. The ground beneath their feet shifted, the very fabric of reality feeling unstable, like a tapestry unraveling at the seams. Their leader, a seasoned urban explorer named Anya, gripped her compass, its needle spinning wildly, refusing to settle on any one direction. "It's fragmented," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the unsettling symphony of sounds, laughter merging with screams, music morphing into discordant cries. The city, or what remained of it, was a patchwork of disparate realities, each fragment a starkly different version of the same place. One moment, they found themselves in a bustling market square, the air alive with the chatter of vendors and the aroma of exotic spices. The buildings were vibrant, ornate, hinting at a lost golden age. The next, they were in a desolate wasteland, the same buildings reduced to crumbling ruins, the ground littered with the debris of a forgotten civilization. The transitions were instantaneous, jarring, throwing them off balance, leaving them disoriented and confused. Liam, a historian among the group, stumbled against a wall, his hand touching smooth, polished stone that abruptly transformed into rough, decaying brick. "The temporal distortions are far more pronounced here," he gasped, clutching his head. He felt a dizzying wave of nausea, the fragmented realities warping his perceptions, threatening to shatter his sanity. Sarah, the team's tech expert, tried to use her equipment, but her devices sputtered and malfunctioned, their screens displaying a chaotic jumble of static and fragmented images. The city seemed to actively resist their attempts to steady it, its fractured realities interfering with their technology, their efforts to understand its nature thwarted by the very essence of the place. They ventured deeper into the city, each step a gamble into the unknown. They encountered streets that ended abruptly, morphing into chasms of nothingness, buildings that shifted in size and shape, sometimes looming tall and imposing, sometimes shrinking to mere dollhouses. The city itself seemed to possess a perverse intelligence, actively playing with their perceptions, toying with their minds. In one fragment of Viridia, they found a park, seemingly idyllic, filled with the songs of birds and the scent of blooming flowers. Children played on swings that suddenly became rusted and broken. The laughter of children morphed into the mournful cries of unseen things. The children themselves were a blur, a shifting kaleidoscope of shapes and colors, their features constantly changing, their forms flickering between innocence and terrifying grotesqueness. In another, they stumbled upon a grand library, its shelves filled with books bound in leather and etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change before their eyes. The language written in the books was incomprehensible, a mix of forgotten tongues and unsettling glyphs that seemed to twist and writhe on the page. They learned that Viridia was not simply a city divided, but a city actively unraveling, its very existence a precarious balance between multiple, conflicting realities. The city's fractured nature was not merely a physical phenomenon, but a manifestation of some deeper, cosmic horror. Its realities clashed, not just in space but in time, creating paradoxical loops and temporal anomalies. They witnessed fleeting glimpses of alternate histories and possible scenarios playing out simultaneously in different sections of the city. As they navigated the city's fragmented streets, they encountered strange beings, creatures that seemed to be born from the city's disjointed realities, creatures whose forms shifted and changed depending on their location, their essence a reflection of the fractured environment. Some were human-like, yet with features that constantly shifted, eyes that changed color, limbs that elongated and retracted, skin that morphed between flesh and stone. Others were entirely alien, creatures from dimensions beyond human comprehension, entities born from the chaotic energy that powered Viridia's fragmentation. The constant shifting of realities took its toll. Anya experienced bouts of amnesia, struggling to recall her past, her memories fading into a chaotic blend of disparate realities. Liam found himself hallucinating, seeing visions of worlds that existed only in the city's fragmented consciousness, and possible worlds where the laws of physics were bent and broken. Sarah's sanity frayed at the edges, her mind struggling to cope with the sensory overload. They discovered remnants of a civilization that existed within Viridia's fragmented state, a civilization aware of the city's nature, a civilization that had adapted to its chaotic realities. They found faded murals depicting a cosmic entity, an ancient god whose actions were responsible for Viridia's fractured state. These murals spoke of a great catastrophe, an event that had shattered the city, shattering its reality into countless fragments. The murals also hinted at a ritual, a way to restore Viridia's unity, a way to mend the fabric of reality. The ritual, however, was cryptic, its instructions fragmented and incomplete, mirroring the city itself. The explorers struggled to decipher the ritual's meaning, to understand its steps, hampered by the city's constant shifts in reality. Each attempt to perform the ritual led to more disruptions, more fracturing of the already fragmented reality, a chaotic cascade of events that only deepened their predicament. Viridia was not merely resisting their attempts to understand it, it was actively working against them, turning their efforts to restore order into further disintegration. The city, in its fractured state, was feeding off their fear, their desperation, their attempts to impose order on its chaotic nature. The very act of trying to fix it was making it worse. Their sanity began to unravel. They started experiencing fragmented memories, glimpses of their lives interwoven with the chaotic realities of Viridia. Their personal histories, their identities, were blurring, merging with the city's fragmented consciousness. The lines between their reality and Viridia's fractured dimensions were fading, their own existence becoming as fragmented and disjointed as the city itself. They became entangled in the city's unstable realities, their perceptions altered, their memories fractured. Their past, present, and future were blending together, creating a dizzying, disorienting temporal vortex. They were changing, their bodies and minds becoming reflections of Viridia's unstable reality. Their bodies started to exhibit the city's distortions, their features shifting, their limbs stretching and contracting, their memories and perceptions becoming a blur of fragmented realities. The city was consuming them, their essence becoming entangled with the fractured reality of Viridia. They were becoming Viridia, just as Viridia was becoming them. Escape seemed impossible, their fate sealed within the city's fragmented nightmare. They were no longer merely explorers, they were becoming the very essence of the fractured city, forever bound to its disjointed, terrifying realities. Their journey had transformed from exploration into a horrifying fusion, a merging of consciousness with the city itself. The exploration had become an absorption, a slow descent into a fractured reality that would never release them. Their reality, their identities, were lost within the eternally fragmented city of Viridia, the explorers becoming a part of the very enigma they sought to understand. The relentless shifting continued. One moment, they stood before a cathedral of breathtaking Gothic architecture, its spires piercing a sky of impossible violet. The next, the same building was a crumbling ruin, its stones stained with an unnatural black ichor, the air thick with the stench of decay and something akin to burnt sulfur. Anya, her face pale and drawn, stumbled, catching herself on a fragment of what appeared to be a perfectly preserved Renaissance painting, only to find it dissolve into a grotesque mockery of human form the instant her fingers brushed against it. Liam, his eyes wide and unfocused, pointed towards a street that seemed to abruptly end, not in a wall or building, but in a void of absolute nothingness, a black abyss that seemed to swallow the light itself. "It's not just spatial fragmentation," he whispered, his voice raspy with exhaustion and fear. "It's temporal. The city is unraveling not just in space, but in time itself." Sarah, her face etched with a chilling blend of fear and fascination, examined her equipment. Her sensors were registering readings that were impossible, that defied every scientific law she knew. Gravitational fields fluctuated wildly, electromagnetic pulses surged unpredictably, and her temporal sensors displayed a chaotic jumble of overlapping timelines, a tangled mess of past, present, and futures that should never have existed. They found a marketplace, vibrant and bustling one moment, filled with merchants hawking exotic goods and laughing children chasing pigeons. The next, it was a silent, deserted wasteland, the stalls overturned and broken, the air heavy with the silence of death. The same people, or versions of them, appeared in different fragments, their ages, appearances, and even personalities shifting wildly. They encountered a woman who was young and vibrant in one fragment, an ancient crone in another, and a ghostly specter in a third. Each encounter left them more disoriented, more confused. They ventured into a residential district, where houses shifted between opulent mansions and dilapidated shacks, their architectural styles defying any known historical period. They saw people living lives that were both eerily familiar and utterly alien. They saw families having dinner in a perfectly normal setting, only to witness the same family engaged in a horrifying ritual moments later in a different fragment of the same street. The constant shifts made it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion, sanity from madness. Their understanding of linear time began to collapse. They would enter a building in what felt like daylight, and emerge into what seemed like the dead of night, or vice versa. They'd witness events unfolding simultaneously in completely different eras, technological marvels existing alongside primitive tools. They found themselves in moments that felt like memories, memories that belonged to them, but also to people they'd never known, to eras they'd never experienced. The very architecture of Viridia became an extension of this temporal chaos. Buildings morphed from Romanesque to Victorian to futuristic designs with unsettling speed. Streets twisted and turned in impossible angles, creating loops and paradoxes that defied all sense of logic and orientation. They encountered doors that led to different times and places, with no way to predict where they might end up. In one fragment, they found a museum, exhibiting artifacts that shouldn't exist, tools impossibly advanced for their time period, maps charting constellations no longer visible in the night sky. The museum itself shifted from a grand hall to a hidden crypt, the artifacts morphing into grotesque idols and forbidden texts, the air filled with a low, guttural chanting. The very act of observation seemed to alter the nature of the fragments, changing their reality based on their presence and perception. The beings they encountered were as fragmented as the city itself. They were echoes, reflections of the city's chaotic essence. Some were human-like, but their features constantly shifted and changed: eyes that changed color, skin that fluctuated between flesh and stone, bodies that stretched and contorted beyond the limits of human anatomy. Others were truly alien, creatures that defied earthly biology, their forms flickering between existence and non-existence, their presence barely palpable. The constant barrage of contradictory information and shifting realities began to take a toll on their minds. Anya experienced moments of intense déjà vu, followed by periods of complete amnesia. Liam was plagued by vivid hallucinations, visions of impossible landscapes and creatures beyond human comprehension. Sarah became increasingly erratic, her normally sharp intellect clouded by the city's disruptive influence. Their sanity was becoming as fragmented as the city itself. The language they encountered was similarly fragmented, a shifting collage of known and unknown tongues. They saw signs written in a language that seemed to shift and change before their eyes, the words becoming nonsensical, then terrifyingly coherent, then dissolving back into gibberish. They found books whose text altered with each reading, whose narratives shifted depending on the reader's perspective. In their search for a way out, or even a way to comprehend their situation, they discovered clues hinting at the city's origins. They found fragmented texts, ancient prophecies, and cryptic maps, all pointing to a catastrophic event, a cosmic upheaval that had shattered Viridia's reality into countless pieces. They learned of a being of immense power, a cosmic entity whose actions had caused the city's fragmentation. But the more they learned, the more lost they became. The information was fragmented, paradoxical, and often contradictory, mirroring the city's chaotic nature. The fragments of knowledge only led to more questions, and the answers they found were as unstable and shifting as the city itself. Their quest for understanding was proving futile. They were trapped in a maze of fractured realities, with no map, no guide, and no hope of escape. The city itself seemed to feed on their fear, their despair, their attempts to impose order on its chaos. Their very presence seemed to intensify the fragmentation, the city's unstable reality reacting to their attempts at understanding, their efforts at escape only driving the city further into disarray. They were not merely exploring Viridia, they were becoming a part of its fracturing reality, their own minds and bodies beginning to mirror the city's instability. The final fragment they stumbled upon was a single, empty room, devoid of features, yet somehow strangely familiar. The walls were a shifting kaleidoscope of colors, the floor a constantly changing texture. In the center of the room, a single object rested, a smooth, gray stone, pulsing faintly with a light that seemed to emanate from some other dimension. As they reached for it, the room dissolved, and they were plunged into absolute darkness, the fragmented realities of Viridia collapsing around them, their individual realities merging with the city's fractured essence, their identities dissolving into the ever-shifting, terrifying landscape of their cosmic prison. Their journey had become their demise, their search for answers ending in the ultimate oblivion. They were Viridia, and Viridia was them, a terrifying, eternal fusion of explorer and explored, lost within the fragmented heart of a city consumed by cosmic horror. The darkness, absolute and complete, pressed in on them. Then, as suddenly as it began, it receded, replaced by a scene of jarring incongruity. They stood in what appeared to be a bustling marketplace, the air thick with the smells of exotic spices and unfamiliar fruits. Merchants, clad in clothing from various eras, bartered loudly, their voices a cacophony of different languages, none of which the explorers fully understood. Children, their faces a blend of innocence and unsettling otherworldliness, chased pigeons with laughter that sounded both joyous and chillingly hollow. But even as they took in the vibrant scene, the marketplace began to shift. The brightly colored silks turned to drab gray rags, the lively merchants became gaunt specters, their eyes empty sockets, and the cheerful laughter morphed into a chilling, wordless wail. They moved deeper into the city, encountering other fragmented lives, other versions of Viridia's inhabitants. They saw a woman tending a garden filled with flowers that were both exquisitely beautiful and violently grotesque. The flowers bloomed in impossible colors, pulsed with an internal light, and seemed to watch them with unnerving sentience. One moment, the woman was a kindly grandmother, her face etched with wrinkles of age and wisdom. The next, she was a youthful girl, her eyes reflecting a primal, untamed hunger. In another fragment of the same street, they saw the same woman, or a version of her, as a monstrous entity, her body contorted into unnatural shapes, her face a mask of indescribable horror. The people they met were fragmented, not merely in their physical forms, but in their memories and identities. They spoke in fragmented sentences, their words bleeding into one another, creating a disjointed, nonsensical narrative. They would be talking about a joyful family event in one breath, and then describe a horrifying ritual sacrifice in the next, all without a pause or change in expression. It was as if their minds, like the city itself, were fractured into a myriad of conflicting realities, all existing simultaneously. One man they encountered repeatedly, in different guises. Once he was a distinguished scholar, discussing the intricacies of a lost civilization. Another time, he was a ragged beggar, muttering about ancient curses and forgotten gods. Yet another time, he was a silent, menacing figure whose very presence seemed to warp the fabric of reality around him. Each encounter with him felt more unsettling than the last. The man never seemed fully aware of the other realities he inhabited, trapped in his own unique fragments of Viridia's shattered existence. Their attempts to communicate proved futile. The language, as unstable as the city itself, shifted and changed, a kaleidoscope of tongues, none fully comprehensible. Sometimes they heard words they understood, fragments of conversations about family, daily life, the mundane. But these glimpses of normality were immediately followed by a flood of nonsensical phrases and chilling pronouncements. It was as if the language itself was a reflection of the city's fragmented reality, a disjointed mirror to the shattered minds of its inhabitants. They saw children playing games, their laughter echoing through the shifting streets, only to witness those same children moments later, standing silently, their eyes devoid of light, staring blankly into the void. They witnessed seemingly ordinary domestic scenes, families eating dinner, couples sharing intimate moments, only to see these same scenes twist into horrific parodies of themselves. Viridia's inhabitants seemed trapped in a cyclical existence, repeating fragments of their lives, replaying the same moments over and over, unaware of the full extent of their own fragmented reality. They were echoes of themselves, existing in a fractured timeline, their consciousness split among multiple realities. They did not understand the nature of the city's fracturing, nor did they seem to acknowledge the shifting, transient nature of their own existence. In one particularly unsettling encounter, they spoke to a woman who claimed to be a historian, meticulously cataloging the city's history. She showed them fragmented documents, written in a language that shifted from one known tongue to another before their very eyes, narrating different, contradictory histories of Viridia. Each fragment told a tale of unimaginable cosmic events, of ancient wars fought between gods and monsters, of cataclysmic upheavals that had torn the city apart. But the stories always ended abruptly, the narrative dissolving into incoherent babble. As the explorers journeyed deeper into the city's fragmented heart, they realized that the inhabitants were not just victims of Viridia's cosmic fracturing. They were also intimately bound to it, each inhabiting different aspects of the city's chaotic reality, oblivious to each other's existence, yet mysteriously connected by an invisible thread of fragmented consciousness. Their lives, like the city itself, were a mosaic of seemingly unrelated fragments, a terrifying tapestry woven from the threads of broken realities. One fragment they stumbled upon was a grand library, its shelves stretching endlessly into the shadowed depths. Each book they examined contained a different narrative, its text shifting and altering with each rereading. They read about glorious civilizations and catastrophic downfall, heroic triumphs and unspeakable horrors, all occurring within the same city, yet entirely disconnected from one another. The very act of reading seemed to alter the book's contents, the narrative shaping itself according to the reader's perspective. They encountered individuals who seemed to be living out different versions of the same life, each one unaware of the other's existence. One moment, they'd be speaking to a renowned artist, proudly displaying his masterpieces, works that shifted and changed in their presence, moving from idyllic landscapes to nightmarish hellscapes. The next moment, they'd be facing the same artist, now a broken man, begging for scraps of food in a deserted alley. Each interaction, each fragment, was a chilling illustration of the city's fragmented reality, reflected in its inhabitants. The more they learned about Viridia's people, the more they understood the true extent of the city's cosmic horror. The inhabitants were not just trapped, they were part of the fabric of the city's fractured reality. They were echoes, reflections, fragments of a shattered whole, each a tiny piece of a larger, incomprehensible puzzle. Their lives were a reflection of the city's instability, their identities as fragmented as the streets they walked. Their very existence was a testament to the terrifying power of the cosmic entity that had shattered their world, a power that permeated every aspect of their lives, every fragment of their fragmented selves. Their reality, as unstable as Viridia itself, continued to shift around them, their presence further fracturing the already unstable landscape of their cosmic prison. The city was not merely a setting, it was an entity, a reflection of their own fragmented selves, eternally lost within the fractured heart of a cosmic nightmare. The weight of Viridia's fractured reality pressed down on them, a tangible burden that amplified the city's unsettling atmosphere. The explorers, their initial awe replaced by a chilling understanding, felt the desperate need for something more than mere observation. They had to find a way, a means to mend this shattered place, to reunite the fractured realities that tormented its inhabitants. Their quest for understanding had shifted to a mission of reconciliation, a desperate attempt to restore Viridia's coherence. Their first steps towards unity were tentative, a slow crawl through the labyrinthine streets, a careful dance around the shifting realities that threatened to swallow them whole. They revisited the marketplace, its chaotic nature now a focus of their efforts. This time, they didn't just observe the merchants' shifting forms, they attempted interaction, offering simple gestures of peace, extending a hand, offering a shared smile. Their attempts were met with blank stares, with frightened whispers, with sudden outbursts of unintelligible rage. The marketplace remained a chaotic symphony of fragmented lives, its disharmony echoing the city's fractured soul. Their next focus shifted to the city's fragmented narratives. They had encountered the historian, her fragmented documents offering glimpses into Viridia's tumultuous past, tales of cosmic battles and cataclysmic events. Could these narratives hold the key to mending the city? They sought out more fragments of the historian, hoping to piece together a more complete understanding of Viridia's origins. Each fragment revealed further details, snippets of cosmic horrors, ancient wars fought between beings beyond comprehension. They learned of a great cosmic entity, a being of immense power, whose actions had shattered Viridia, tearing its reality into countless pieces. They learned of a ritual, an ancient ceremony described in fragmented texts found across various parts of the library, a ritual that supposedly held the power to reunite the city. The fragments spoke of sacrifices, of offerings to the cosmic entity, and of a convergence of realities, a celestial alignment that only occurred at certain intervals. This ritual, they discovered, required a deep understanding of Viridia's fragmented histories, an understanding that spanned the countless realities and perspectives that made up the city's shattered existence. However, the fragments of the ritual were incomplete, distorted by the very fracturing that they sought to heal. Each fragment depicted different aspects of the ritual, different steps, different sacrifices, each conflicting with the others, adding to their already disorienting understanding. It was as if the ritual itself had been fragmented along with Viridia, its coherence destroyed by the same cosmic force that had shattered the city. The explorers spent days deciphering these fragmented texts, piecing together fragments of knowledge, struggling to make sense of the conflicting accounts. They compared writings that spoke of a sacrifice of light, juxtaposed with writings that called for the sacrifice of shadow. They found descriptions of elaborate ceremonies conducted under the gaze of the stars, contradicted by descriptions of solitary rituals performed in the deepest recesses of the earth. Each fragment offered a piece of the puzzle, yet none provided a complete picture. In their search, they encountered more instances of Viridia's fragmented inhabitants. They met a mother who, in one moment, lovingly cradled her infant child, only to morph, in the next, into a grotesque creature, her eyes burning with malevolent energy, her child now a horrifying amalgamation of flesh and shadow. They saw a man build a house, brick by painstaking brick, only to have it crumble into dust, the land reshaping itself to a nightmarish ruin as soon as his back was turned. Their attempts to help were met with resistance, fear, and incomprehension. The fragmented inhabitants often didn't recognize their other selves, their awareness limited to their immediate reality. They were like reflections, existing in a fragmented mirror, each unaware of the others. The city, in turn, responded in kind, shifting and reforming around them, sometimes revealing glimpses of coherence, sometimes throwing them into a more chaotic version of its fragmented reality. The explorers realized the ritual wasn't simply a set of instructions, it was a process, a journey through Viridia's fractured realities, demanding a personal understanding of the city's painful history. They needed to experience each fragment, to walk through each reality, to connect with its fragmented inhabitants on a personal level. They began their pilgrimage, moving from one fragmented reality to another, experiencing the city's countless versions. In one moment, they were in a thriving, vibrant city, a beautiful utopian society filled with laughter and joy. Then, with a flicker, they would find themselves in a dystopian nightmare, streets filled with starving, desperate souls, their faces reflecting the city's harrowing history. They spent weeks, months even, wandering through this fragmented landscape, their interactions with the inhabitants shifting their understanding of Viridia. They learned of the city's great glory, its vibrant culture, its rich history, before the cosmic event. They learned of the trauma, the pain, the loss that had followed. Each encounter, each story, chipped away at the city's fragmented reality, revealing a deeper understanding of its tragic fate. Their journey was not without its perils. The city itself seemed to resist their efforts, its realities shifting and reforming to thwart their progress. They faced moments of intense terror, encounters with nightmarish creatures, and near-death experiences. Yet, with each challenge, their resolve grew stronger, their desire to reunite Viridia's fragmented realities burning with renewed intensity. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, they discovered the heart of Viridia's fracturing. They found it not in a physical place, but in a fragmented memory, a collective consciousness that contained all of the city's realities. This collective consciousness was fragmented, fractured, and chaotic, a reflection of Viridia's fractured existence. It was within this consciousness that the ritual was to be performed. The ritual, they realized, was not a set of actions, but a process of unification. It required them to merge their consciousness with Viridia's fragmented reality, to bridge the gaps between the city's different versions, to mend the cracks in its broken heart. It was a dangerous undertaking, a gamble with their sanity and their very existence. But they knew they had to try. With trembling hands, they performed the ritual, their minds merging with the fractured consciousness of Viridia. They felt the weight of the city's countless realities crashing down on them, the fragmented memories, the chaotic emotions, the pain, the terror. It was a devastating experience, one that pushed them to the limits of their endurance. Yet, As they delved deeper into this fractured reality, they found something more, a faint echo of Viridia's former unity, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. They worked to merge the fragments, slowly, painstakingly, knitting together the fractured strands of Viridia's reality. It was a delicate process, one that required patience, understanding, and a deep empathy for the city's fragmented inhabitants. They pieced together the shattered memories, repaired the broken links between the different versions of Viridia, bringing coherence back to the fractured reality. The process was long, arduous, and terrifying. But, slowly, subtly, Viridia began to heal. The fragmented realities started to merge, the shifting streets stabilized, and the inhabitants began to remember their lost selves. The chaotic marketplace regained its order, the fragmented lives reunited, the echoes of the past faded away as the city found its unity. Viridia, once a terrifying testament to cosmic horror, was slowly returning to its former glory, its shattered heart finally mending. The explorers, exhausted but triumphant, witnessed the rebirth of a city, a testament to the power of unity in the face of cosmic despair. The city remained forever changed, scarred by its encounter with the cosmic entity, yet a newfound strength and resilience was woven into its very fabric. Viridia, though forever marked, was whole once more. The decision hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension that mirrored the fractured city itself. To attempt the ritual, to merge their consciousness with Viridia's fragmented reality, felt like a leap into the abyss. It was a risky proposition, a gamble with potentially catastrophic consequences. Failure could not only mean their own demise but the utter annihilation of Viridia, plunging it into a deeper, more irredeemable chaos. Yet, inaction felt equally perilous. The city continued to unravel, its inhabitants lost in their own fragmented realities, trapped in a perpetual cycle of suffering. They gathered in the heart of the city's most unstable zone, a place that shifted between a sun-drenched meadow and a desolate wasteland with terrifying speed. This liminal space, they believed, served as the nexus of Viridia's fractured consciousness. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread hanging heavy in the atmosphere. Each breath felt like inhaling shards of broken reality, each heartbeat echoing the city's fragmented rhythm. Elias, the group's leader, a seasoned explorer hardened by countless perilous journeys, spoke with a voice that betrayed none of his inner turmoil. "There's no guarantee of success," he said, his eyes scanning the shifting landscape. "This ritual, as we understand it, is a gamble. A desperate attempt to mend a reality that may be beyond repair. But it's the only chance we have. We either try to heal Viridia, or we watch it fade into nothingness." Anya, a historian whose knowledge of Viridia's fragmented past had been invaluable, nodded gravely. "The fragments suggest that the cosmic entity responsible for the fracturing did not destroy Viridia completely. A core, a residual consciousness, remains, a fractured echo of what once was. If we can reach that core, if we can connect with it, perhaps we can trigger a process of reunification." Kale, a young but gifted empath whose ability to connect with others' emotions had proven crucial in navigating Viridia's chaotic population, felt a surge of fear that transcended his own. He saw the collective terror, the despair, the unimaginable pain of the city's fragmented inhabitants, a symphony of suffering that threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, alongside the terror, a glimmer of hope resonated, a faint whisper of unity, a tenacious desire for wholeness that lay buried beneath layers of trauma. The ritual, as far as they could piece together, involved a complex merging of their consciousness with Viridia's fractured heart. They were to use their combined minds as a bridge, a conduit to reconnect the shattered fragments. It required a profound understanding of Viridia's fragmented realities, and empathy that transcended the boundaries of their own individual experiences. It demanded a sacrifice, not of blood or offering, but of self, of their very minds, surrendering to the overwhelming chaos of Viridia's fragmented consciousness. The process began slowly. Elias began by channeling his energy, focusing on a single fragmented reality, a vibrant market square teeming with laughter and commerce. He sought to establish a link, a point of connection with this particular fragment of Viridia's consciousness. He closed his eyes, his breath slowing, his mind becoming a vessel, a conduit for the city's fragmented energy. Then Anya joined him, her mind weaving a tapestry of Viridia's history, connecting the market's current vibrancy with the city's glorious past. Her knowledge, her understanding, acted as a stabilizing force, a grounding element in the midst of the swirling chaos. As they delved deeper, Kale's empathic abilities became crucial. He felt the emotions of the fragmented inhabitants, their joy, their fear, their sorrow, their anger. He allowed their feelings to flow through him, creating an empathetic bridge, enabling a deeper connection with the fractured consciousness. The process was agonizing. Each new connection, each new fragment of Viridia's reality brought a wave of intense emotion, a torrent of fragmented memories, feelings, and experiences. They battled the city's resistance, the insidious whispers of the cosmic entity that sought to maintain Viridia's fractured state. They felt the city's pain, its desperation, its longing for wholeness. The city responded violently at times. They experienced moments of terrifying clarity, glimpsing the cosmic horror that lay behind the fracturing. They were thrown into nightmarish visions, witnessing the destruction of Viridia from the perspective of its tormented inhabitants. They saw unimaginable terrors, cosmic entities beyond human comprehension, the very fabric of reality tearing apart. Yet, amid the chaos and terror, they persisted. They felt the faint echo of Viridia's former unity, a persistent hum of hope, a tenacious yearning for wholeness that resonated even amidst the cosmic horror. They clung to this faint hope, their combined minds struggling to impose order on the overwhelming chaos. The merging of their consciousnesses with Viridia's fragmented reality was more than a mental exercise. It was an act of profound empathy, a desperate attempt to heal a wounded world. They felt the weight of countless lives, the collective pain and trauma of a city torn asunder. They navigated the treacherous currents of fragmented memories, battling the whispers of despair and the terrifying visions of cosmic horror. Days turned into weeks, weeks bled into months. The line between their reality and Viridia's blurred. They lost track of time, existing in a liminal space where the boundaries of their own consciousness were dissolved, merged with the city's fractured heart. The process pushed them to the brink of madness, threatening to consume them in the city's overwhelming chaos. But they continued. They worked, slowly, painstakingly, repairing the shattered connections, bridging the gaps between Viridia's countless fragmented realities. They nurtured the fragile hope that flickered within the city's fractured heart, bolstering its strength, reinforcing the links between its fragmented existence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the final piece of Viridia's fractured consciousness clicked into place. The merging was complete. The city's fractured reality began to coalesce, its fragmented forms reforming, its chaotic streets settling into a semblance of order. The inhabitants emerged from their individual realities, their memories returning, their fragmented selves merging. The nightmare was over. The transformation was gradual, yet unmistakable. The shifting landscape stabilized, the monstrous creatures vanished, the terrifying visions faded. A renewed sense of unity emerged, a collective sigh of relief sweeping through the city. The once fractured city was healed, its wounds still visible, yet its spirit unbroken. Viridia was not the same. The scars of its cosmic trauma remained, etched into its very fabric. But it was whole, unified, its inhabitants united in their shared experience, their collective memory of pain and resilience shaping a new era for their reborn city. The explorers emerged from their ordeal, scarred but triumphant, witnesses to a remarkable act of cosmic reconciliation. The risky proposition had paid off. Viridia lived. Story 4, The Reversed Town of Merlewood. The Jeep lurched, its wheels crunching on gravel that seemed oddly smooth. The air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, held a peculiar stillness, a silence that pressed against the eardrums, unsettlingly profound. Dr. Eris Thorne, his brow furrowed in concentration, adjusted the temporal distortion meter. The needle, however, remained stubbornly fixed at a reading that defied logic, negative temporal flow. Beside him, Dr. Evelyn Reed, her usually meticulous braid askew, stared at the town unfolding before them. Merlewood. A name whispered in hushed tones in certain academic circles, dismissed as folklore, a product of overactive imaginations. Yet, here it was, bathed in the fading light of a day that seemed determined to rewind itself. Merlewood wasn't simply quaint, it was anachronistic. Houses, seemingly constructed with a haphazard blend of architectural styles spanning centuries, stood shoulder to shoulder. A woman, her face etched with the wrinkles of age, walked backward toward a Victorian-era shop, her hair as black and lustrous as a raven's wing. A young boy, barely a toddler, wheeled a pram containing a visibly older woman who appeared to be shrinking before their eyes. The temporal displacement is consistent, Dr. Thorne muttered, his voice barely a whisper above the eerie quiet. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, his scientific curiosity battling with a growing unease. Everything is moving in reverse. Not just the people, but the physical processes. Indeed, a fallen leaf, caught in a gentle breeze, unfurled itself, reascending its branch, the seemingly impossible motion playing out before their incredulous eyes. A broken vase, lying shattered on the ground, slowly mended itself, the pieces snapping together with an unnatural, almost unsettling click. Evelyn swallowed hard, her scientific detachment crumbling. This isn't possible," she whispered, her voice laced with disbelief. "The laws of physics, they're being violated." Their initial astonishment gave way to a cautious exploration. They approached a seemingly ordinary house, its paint peeling in a reverse pattern, revealing fresh, vibrant color beneath. The front door, subtly ajar, seemed to close itself as they neared, each movement defying the natural order of things. Inside, the house was a study in reversed entropy. A half-eaten pie sat on a table, slowly reconstituting itself, filling out the missing bites. A spilled glass of wine, clinging to the edges of the overturned glass, collected itself, rising to form a full glass. The room itself, dusted with the detritus of a forgotten celebration, slowly self-cleaned, cobwebs unraveling, dirt retreating into the very fabric of the walls. They found a living room, sparsely furnished, where a gramophone played a melody that appeared to wind itself backward, the music unwinding from its final note back to the very beginning. The air filled with the sound of a song that seemed to unsing itself, the music retreating into silence. As they ventured deeper, the disconcerting reality of Merlewood tightened its grip. The reversed flow of time affected more than just physical processes, it warped perceptions, twisting memories, and distorting the very nature of reality. Dr. Thorne, attempting to take a photograph, watched in horror as the developed image slowly reversed itself, the chemical process undoing itself before his eyes, the picture reverting to a pristine, blank sheet of film. Evelyn tried to record a sample of their data. The recording device, however, began playing the recording in reverse, a jumbled, unintelligible babble that seemed to unravel the very essence of their observations, the stored data vanishing into its electronic ether. Each passing moment in Merlewood felt like an unraveling. Their own bodies seemed resistant to the reverse flow of time, yet subtle changes began to emerge. A small cut on Thorne's hand, acquired during their exploration, felt itself slowly closing, as if the process of injury itself were being undone. A moment of fleeting dizziness suggested the possibility of their own perception starting to shift, their memories fading in reverse order. They discovered a town hall where the inhabitants, each moving backward through time, were living out the reverse of their lives. A group of elderly people appeared to become younger, their youth returning, their life experiences undone. A wedding was being uncelebrated, the ceremony unwinding from the vows back to the prenuptial gatherings, all happening in a disconcerting backward flow. The scientists encountered a peculiar being they discovered to be the town's keeper, his own aging a peculiar process of youth to old age to youth again, a perpetual cycle of birth and death mirrored in reverse. He existed outside the constraints of Merwood's inverted temporal flow, seemingly capable of guiding time. The Keeper, a being seemingly beyond human comprehension, explained that Merwood was a pocket of reality fractured from the normal timeline, a place where time's arrow had been reversed. He revealed that their presence was causing a temporal instability, threatening to unravel the delicate balance that kept the town's existence from completely collapsing. He warned them that prolonged exposure to the reverse temporal flow could have catastrophic effects, even leading to their own temporal disintegration, their life experiences unwinding back to their very birth. Their only chance for survival was to find the way back and leave Merwood, lest they become permanently entangled in its backwards flowing reality. The scientists, now armed with the Keeper's understanding, struggled to find a way out, their own memories starting to fade, their experiences undoing themselves like a film played in reverse. The backward flow of time felt like a relentless current, pulling them back to a non-existent past. Escaping Merwood wasn't simply about finding a path, it was a race against the erosion of their own identities, a fight against the reversal of their life journey. As the temporal distortion meter registered a critical point of instability, the scientists made their last-ditch effort to escape the town, fighting against the relentless tide of time, against their eroding memories and their fading sense of self. The journey back was a harrowing one, each step taken backward a struggle against the town's reverse current of time. The scientists found that the reversal of time was not just a physical phenomenon, it was a psychological one. As they navigated Merwood's reverse timeline, they had to unravel their memories and experiences, to retrace their steps back to their point of arrival, their own personal timelines being reversed as well. The escape from Merwood proved to be a battle not only against the town's backward flow of time, but also a fight against the erosion of their own existence. The relentless reversal of time threatened to unravel not only their memories and experiences, but their very essence, transforming them into fragments of their former selves. Their successful escape, against the odds, left the scientists forever changed. The experiences within Merwood's backwards timeline left indelible marks upon them, the reverse temporal flow having left its own unique signature on their existence, a stark reminder of their close brush with the uncanny paradox of time itself. The memory of Merwood, forever etched in their minds, served as a profound lesson about the delicate nature of reality, a constant reminder of the terrifying possibilities that lie hidden within the unexplored territories of time and space. The reversed town of Merwood was a symphony of unsettling contradictions. A child chased a butterfly, its wings gradually folding inward, becoming a chrysalis before their eyes. A dog, barking furiously, gradually quieted, its vocal cords seemingly retracting, its movements becoming slower until it was a motionless pup nestled at its owner's feet. The very air hummed with a reversed energy, a discordant counterpoint to the natural order. We witnessed a man meticulously dismantling a perfectly crafted birdhouse, each nail effortlessly withdrawn, the wood planks separating and returning to their original, unshaped state. A spilled sack of flour, instead of scattering, reassembled itself, the grains coalescing into a neat pile. Even the sunlight, it seemed, was in reverse, the day slowly retracting into the shadows of dusk. The very essence of entropy was defied, disorder retreating into order, chaos yielding to an impossible, unnerving tranquility. Dr. Thorne, ever the scientist, attempted to collect samples of the soil. To his astonishment, the earth, disturbed by his trowel, slowly healed itself, the displaced particles receding into the ground, leaving behind a pristine, untouched surface. He even noticed that his own heartbeat seemed to slow slightly, each thump a regression toward a quieter, slower rhythm, a feeling faintly akin to being pulled back towards non-existence. Evelyn, meanwhile, had taken to observing the town's inhabitants. They weren't just moving backward, their lives were unwinding. An elderly couple, celebrating their golden anniversary, were slowly reverting to their youth. Their wrinkles faded, their hair regained its former color, their youthful vigor returning as if the hands of time were being turned back not just in Merlewood but within each of its inhabitants. It was a terrifying spectacle, a living embodiment of the reversed temporal flow. We witnessed a young woman walking down a street, her smile slowly fading, her steps retracing themselves until she vanished back into the house she had seemingly emerged from. Her life, played in reverse, was being completely unlived. It was as if she was being erased from existence, her memories, her experiences, her very being, slowly dissolving back into the fabric of time. The longer we observed, the more chilling the reality became. We found a graveyard, where headstones uninscribed themselves, names and dates fading away until only smooth, unmarked stone remained. Graves seemed to exhale their contents, the earth settling back in an unearthly process of undecay. It was a ghastly spectacle, this undeath, this reverse of the natural order of life and oblivion. We even saw a funeral procession, moving backward. The mourners, initially weeping, gradually regained their composure, their tears retracting into their eyes. The coffin, lowered into the ground, slowly ascended, the earth effortlessly parting as if the very ground was unwilling to accept the occupant of this peculiar ceremony. The deceased, seemingly reanimated, stood up from the coffin, the aging process turning back as they returned to youthful vitality, the undeath transforming into a rebirth. The buildings themselves seemed to possess this reversed entropy. A dilapidated building gradually repaired itself, cracked bricks snapping back into place, paint magically reappearing. Decay reversed itself before our very eyes, an uncanny restoration rendering the impossible reality of Merlewood ever more palpable. We stumbled upon a library, where books slowly unwrote themselves, the words fading from their pages, the pages detaching themselves, until the volumes returned to mere piles of blank paper and leather. Knowledge, meticulously gathered over time, was being erased, and the repository of human understanding was unbuilding itself. Attempting to document our findings proved to be an exercise in futility. Our cameras captured images that undeveloped themselves, revealing blank film. Our recorders captured sounds that unplayed themselves, leaving only silence in their wake. The very act of recording was defying the principles of information and its preservation, this uncreation being yet another facet of Merlewood's strange reality. Even the language itself seemed affected. Conversations overheard were phrases unspoken, sentences unformed. The flow of words, of communication, was reversed, creating a sense of profound and unsettling silence. The reality of our own experience, our presence in the town, was becoming suspect. As the day, or rather, the unday, progressed, we found ourselves caught in the insidious grip of Merlewood's reverse time. We began to notice subtle changes in our own perceptions. A slight headache felt itself subsiding, a cut on Evelyn's finger seemed to be healing backwards, the blood retracting into the flesh as if undoing the act of injury itself. The unsettling reality of Merlewood affected not only the town but also ourselves, threatening our own temporal integrity. We discovered that Merlewood wasn't merely a town, it was a temporal anomaly, a pocket of reversed reality within our own timeline. Its inhabitants were trapped in this ceaseless reversal, their lives unwinding, their experiences being unlived, a terrifying parody of existence. We started to experience fragmented memories, moments flickering into and out of existence, as if our own minds were slowly being unwound, our experiences being uncreated. The implications of Merwood were terrifying. This wasn't just a scientific curiosity, it was an existential threat, a testament to the fragile nature of time and reality itself. We feared that prolonged exposure would lead to our own temporal disintegration, our lives unwinding back to nothing, reducing us to the void of non-existence. This was not just a scientific study, it was a fight for our own survival, against the unraveling of our own lives. The air hung heavy with the scent of reverse decay, a strange, sweet aroma that hinted at blossoms unblooming and leaves unfalling. We approached a group of children playing a game of hopscotch, their movements oddly fluid, their laughter echoing backward, each syllable dissolving into the silence from which it seemed to have originated. As we watched, the chalk markings slowly faded from the pavement, the game unplaying itself, the children's delighted squeals reverting to a quiet stillness. One of the children, a girl with hair that seemed to be regaining its youthful darkness, stopped abruptly. Her eyes, a startling shade of unfading blue, fixed on us. A flicker of recognition, or perhaps unrecognition, crossed her face. She spoke, her voice a backward whisper, you are unbecoming. Her words hit us with the force of a physical blow. The unsettling reality of Merwood extended beyond inanimate objects. It affected the very consciousness of its inhabitants. They were not merely experiencing a backward flow of time. Their awareness was inverted, their perception of reality a distorted reflection of our own. We tried to engage them in conversation, but our words seemed to be swallowed by the reversed temporal flow. Sentences unformed on our lips, leaving only a lingering echo of silence. Their responses were similarly fragmented, bursts of backward speech that defied comprehension, each phrase dissolving into unintelligible whispers. The communication barrier was not just linguistic, it was a chasm in the fabric of reality itself. An elderly woman, her wrinkles slowly smoothing out, her posture regaining its youthful uprightness, approached us cautiously. Her eyes held a haunted, almost fearful expression. She looked at us, at our forward-flowing time, with an eerie mixture of wonder and dread. She raised a hand, her skin becoming increasingly smooth, the age spots disappearing like ink erased from parchment. They say, you are forward-flowing. The words were disjointed, distorted, a jarring contrast to the normal flow of language. Her fear was palpable. The inhabitants of Merwood, trapped in this reverse temporal loop, seemed to perceive our forward progression of time as something alien, something threatening to their very existence. Their fear wasn't of death, but of undeath, a fear of the forward unraveling of the reverse-flowing world they inhabited. We followed her to a building that, despite its unrepaired condition, seemed to be slowly regaining a semblance of its former glory. Paint reappeared, filling the cracks and blemishes, the wood regaining its strength, defying the relentless processes of decay that we consider normal. Inside, we discovered a small gathering of inhabitants. Their ages ranged from infancy to what appeared to be a pre-birth state, a paradoxical existence that defied comprehension. An infant, whose features were slowly becoming less defined, seemingly returning to its prenatal state, was being comforted by an individual who seemed to be simultaneously aging and de-aging, caught in a bizarre oscillation between life and unlife. The scene was both heartbreaking and utterly terrifying. A man, his beard receding into his skin, his hair regrowing its youthful darkness, turned to address us, his voice a strange echo of youthful vitality despite the physical unaging that was evident in his visage. You are an anomaly. His words were still fragmented, disjointed, yet the underlying fear resonated with an unbearable intensity. These weren't simply people living backward, they were living their lives in reverse, their memories unwinding, their experiences unlived. Each moment was a painful reversal, an uncreation of their existence, a constant retreat from life itself. The joy of birth, the struggles of childhood, the triumphs and tribulations of adulthood, the serenity, or turmoil, of old age, all were being relentlessly unexperienced, the tapestry of their lives unraveling thread by thread. It was a harrowing process, a living hell that defied the human capacity for comprehension or empathy. The concept of forward time, the normal progression of life and death, seemed utterly alien to them. They saw our aging, our progression towards death, not as an inevitable part of existence, but as a terrifying and incomprehensible process, the gradual dissolution of the self into nothingness. Their fear of us was not rooted in malice, but in the fundamental difference between our forward-flowing reality and their reversed reality. They feared our uncreation, our cessation of existence, a terrifying prospect in their reverse-flowing world, where everything is an unbecoming. Dr. Thorne, ever the scientist, attempted to engage them on a scientific level. He tried to explain the concepts of entropy and time, but his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, or rather, unhearing ears. His attempts to understand their temporal experience proved futile. Their understanding of time was utterly alien. Their language was fractured, their expressions, while conveying fear, eluded comprehension. The unbecoming process seemed to affect the very fabric of their understanding, rendering any form of rational communication almost impossible. Evelyn, meanwhile, tried a different approach. She observed them, trying to understand their emotional landscape, their internal reality. She realized that their backward temporal flow wasn't just a physical phenomenon, it was a profound alteration of consciousness, twisting their perceptions and experiences into a surreal, agonizing reflection of life. They weren't simply witnessing the reversal of time, they were living it, each second a painful uncreation, an erasing of their existence, moment by moment. Their memories weren't simply fading, they were unforming. Their bodies weren't just aging backward, they were unaging, their very being slowly dissolving back into the primordial chaos from which they emerged. The very essence of their existence was being uncreated, second by painful second. The longer we stayed in Merlewood, the more acutely we felt the creeping influence of its reversed reality. We experienced temporal aberrations of our own, a fleeting sense of déjà vu, a word unspoken on the tip of the tongue, moments and memories seeming to unhappen, dissolving into the ether of uncreation. The very act of observing this town, of experiencing their reversed reality, started to erode our own temporal stability. Our minds, it seemed, were beginning to mirror Merlewood's backward flow, our sense of self becoming increasingly uncertain, our perception of time distorted, unstable, and threatening to unravel. The realization struck us with chilling clarity. Merlewood wasn't just a town, it was a temporal cancer, a parasitic anomaly feeding on the fabric of reality itself, slowly eroding the linearity of time, and threatening to spread its influence far beyond its own reversed borders. Our own temporal integrity was at risk, our own forward journey, our very existence, threatened by the insidious uncreation that dominated Merlewood. We were not only observers, we were becoming participants in this terrifying unbecoming. We were not just studying an anomaly, we were risking becoming one. The fight for survival in Merlewood was not just about escaping the town, it was about preserving our own existence, fighting the creeping uncreation that threatened to swallow us whole. The implications of Merlewood's reversed temporality extended far beyond the unsettling spectacle of unaging bodies and backward playing games. Dr. Thorne, his brow furrowed in intense concentration, began meticulously documenting the physical manifestations of the reversed time flow. He set up a series of experiments, attempting to quantify the rate of temporal reversal, measuring the speed at which objects undecayed, the rate at which the children's hopscotch game unplayed itself. His instruments, however, seemed to malfunction under the influence of Merlewood's distorted temporal field. Chronometers spun backward, recording negative time. cameras captured images that undeveloped before his eyes, leaving blank film. His attempts to understand the physics of reverse time were thwarted by the very nature of the phenomenon. The laws of physics, as we understood them, seemed to break down in Merlewood, replaced by a counterintuitive, almost anti-physical reality. Gravity seemed to work in reverse, objects seemingly levitating upwards as if repelled by an unseen force. Light seemed to behave erratically, unreflecting off surfaces, leaving shadows that unformed and dissolved into the ambient light. The very fabric of spacetime, it seemed, was unweaving itself in Merlewood, creating a reality that defied scientific comprehension and threatened to unravel the fabric of our own understanding of the universe. Evelyn, meanwhile, adopted a more humanistic approach. She spent hours observing the inhabitants, attempting to penetrate the veil of reversed consciousness. She realized that the unaging process wasn't merely a physical phenomenon, it was deeply entwined with their memories, their emotions, their very sense of self. As they unaged, their memories unformed, their experiences unlived. A young child, unlearning its first words, unremembering its first steps, became a chilling representation of this process. The joy of discovery, the thrill of new experiences, the pain of loss, all were being unexperienced, leaving behind a void, a gaping emptiness in their consciousness. Their emotional responses were equally inverted. Laughter unemerged from silence, sadness turned to a strange, detached tranquility, fear morphed into a numb acceptance of their ongoing unbecoming. It was a terrifying spectacle, a living, breathing negation of existence. Evelyn noticed that, despite this agonizing process, there was a strange serenity in their eyes, a resigned acceptance of their fate. As if, in the reversal of time, the fear of death was replaced by a quiet acceptance of an undeath, an unraveling back into nothingness. The terror seemed to be replaced by a kind of eerie peace, an acceptance of the inevitable uncreation of their selves. One particular instance stood out to Evelyn. An elderly woman, her wrinkles slowly smoothing out, approached her, her eyes bearing a wistful expression. Through fragmented, backward speech, she seemed to convey a strange sense of longing for the unbirth, for the moment before existence, the state before the experience of life. It was a concept that defied human comprehension, a yearning for non-existence, a desire to return to the void from which they came. It was as if the reverse time flow had not only inverted their physical aging but also their very perception of the value of existence itself. Dr. Thorne's scientific attempts to understand the paradox of reverse time seemed to reach a dead end. His instruments failed to capture the essence of the reversal, his equations could not account for the anomalous physics of Merlewood. The very attempt to measure, quantify, and understand the reverse time flow seemed to destabilize his own temporal perception, inducing fleeting moments of déjà vu, a sense of events unhappening around him. Their investigation into the paradox revealed a far more profound and unsettling truth. It wasn't just the physical processes of aging, growth, and decay that were reversed, it was time itself that had become inverted. The flow of causality was reversed, effects preceded causes. The paradox wasn't just a matter of objects changing states in reverse, it was a fundamental alteration of reality itself. The future became the past, and the past, the future. This altered causality was the true source of the terror, the feeling that everything was unraveling, unbecoming, returning to a primordial state of non-existence. This led them to a startling conclusion. Merlewood wasn't merely a town, it was a temporal singularity, a point where the fabric of space-time had been twisted, inverted, and ultimately, corrupted. It was a violation of the fundamental principles of our universe, a hole in reality, a place where the known laws of physics broke down, replaced by a chaotic, counterintuitive, and utterly terrifying order. The unbecoming wasn't merely a process, it was a state of being, a fundamental condition of existence in Merlewood. The scientists' attempts to understand the mechanism behind this temporal inversion were met with continual failures. Their scientific instruments malfunctioned, their equations failed to produce consistent results, and their attempts to communicate with the inhabitants were hampered by the backward flow of language and consciousness. The deeper they probed into the enigma of Morrowood, the more their own sense of temporal stability wavered. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, the lines between forward and reverse time began to dissipate. Evelyn, having spent significant time observing the inhabitants, began to experience subtle temporal anomalies herself. Fleeting moments of déjà vu, a sense of events unhappening around her, and an unsettling feeling of her own memories unforming, all started to manifest. It was as if Morrowood's reverse time was beginning to contaminate her own temporal reality, slowly eroding her sense of self and her perception of time's linearity. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly obsessed with finding a scientific explanation for Morrowood. He delved deeper into his research, spending sleepless nights poring over equations and data, his sanity fraying at the edges. His attempts to create a model of Morrowood's reverse temporality became increasingly frantic, reflecting a desperate attempt to understand and possibly even control the temporal anomaly before it consumed him and his team. The paradox of reverse time in Morrowood was not merely a scientific puzzle, it was a terrifying reflection of the human condition's fragility in the face of cosmic horror. It challenged our understanding of time, causality, and the very nature of reality. It questioned our perceptions of life, death, and the unsettling possibility of an uncreation, a return to nothingness. The scientists' experiences within Morrowood were not merely a study of a peculiar phenomenon, it was a descent into the heart of cosmic horror, a confrontation with the paradoxical and frightening nature of time itself. The fight for survival extended beyond the physical realm. It was a battle against the disintegration of reality, a struggle against the insidious unbecoming that threatened to engulf them all. Their escape from Morrowood would not only require finding a way out of the town, but also preserving their own sanity, their own forward-flowing reality, threatened by the temporal anomaly's creeping influence. The more they delved into the enigma of Morrowood, the more the scientists realized the terrifying truth: intervention was impossible. Their initial attempts, however well-intentioned, had yielded only failure and unsettling side effects. Dr. Thorne's sophisticated instruments, designed to measure and perhaps even manipulate the reverse temporal flow, had simply malfunctioned, their readings becoming increasingly erratic and nonsensical. His attempts to construct a model, a mathematical representation of Morrowood's inverted reality, yielded equations that defied logic, equations that suggested impossibilities and paradoxes that threatened to unravel the very fabric of his own understanding. Evelyn's attempts to communicate with the inhabitants, to understand their experiences, their perceptions of this reversed existence, were equally futile. The backward flow of language, the inverted causality of their thoughts, created a communication barrier that proved insurmountable. She found herself grasping at fragments of backward sentences, glimmers of inverted emotions, ultimately understanding little beyond the unsettling sense of resignation and acceptance that permeated their reversed existence. Any attempt at interaction, any attempt to introduce a forward-flowing influence, seemed to be met with a passive resistance, a quiet, unyielding pushback from the town's intrinsic temporal structure. The chilling reality dawned on them: Morrowood was not something to be conquered, controlled, or even truly understood through the lens of their current scientific understanding. It was an anomaly beyond the reach of their technology, their methodologies, their very grasp of reality. The town wasn't a puzzle to be solved, it was a phenomenon to be observed, a cosmic aberration whose mechanisms remained inscrutably alien. To interfere, they realized, was to invite disaster, potentially destabilizing the already fragile balance of Morrowood's reverse time and unleashing unforeseen and potentially catastrophic consequences upon their own reality. The implications were profound and terrifying. The reverse time wasn't just a local phenomenon, it held the potential to spread, to contaminate, to bleed into their own world. A ripple in the fabric of space-time in Merlewood could become a chasm that swallowed their reality whole. Their initial fear of being trapped in Merlewood morphed into a far more profound dread, the fear of Merlewood's insidious influence spilling over into their own world, reversing the flow of time, unmaking their own existence, undoing everything they knew and were. The decision to withdraw, to abandon any further attempts at intervention, was not a simple one. It represented a relinquishing of control, an admission of their own limitations in the face of a cosmic horror that dwarfed their comprehension. It was a surrender, but a necessary one, a retreat born of a chilling understanding of the potentially catastrophic consequences of interfering with the unnatural workings of Merlewood. The retreat from Merlewood was not merely a physical departure. It was a psychological uncoupling, a painstaking and unsettling process of detaching themselves from the town's reversed temporality. Evelyn found herself battling against the insidious influence of Merlewood's inverted consciousness, fighting the creeping feeling of déjà vu, the unsettling sense of her own memories unforming, the phantom sensation of events unhappening around her. She underwent a rigorous mental regimen, focusing on anchors of forward-flowing time, clinging to the linearity of her past experiences as a lifeline against the insidious pull of Merlewood's temporal anomaly. Dr. Thorne, his mind scarred by the encounter, found himself struggling with the scientific impossibility of Merlewood. His obsessive pursuit of understanding had led him to the brink of madness, and the abrupt withdrawal, the acceptance of the unknowable, felt like a betrayal of his scientific principles, a surrender to a mystery far beyond the grasp of human intellect. He attempted to cope by rigorously documenting his experiences, his notes filled with equations that yielded no answers, graphs that mapped chaos, sketches that captured the unsettling absurdity of Merlewood's reversed reality. His notes became a testament not just to his scientific endeavors, but to the fragility of the human mind confronting the incomprehensible. The departure from Merlewood did not signal the end of their investigation, but a shift in focus. They turned from intervention to meticulous observation, their research transitioning from a quest for control to a study of the pure, terrifying anomaly itself. They established a remote observation post, using sophisticated long-range monitoring equipment to keep a watchful eye on Merlewood, studying its temporal distortions from a safe distance, constantly analyzing the data, seeking clues to its origin and its ultimate nature. The data they gathered was baffling, frustrating, and terrifying in its implications. They observed the continued unaging of the inhabitants, the backward flow of events, the subtle but persistent anomalies that hinted at a reality that defied all known laws of physics and causality. They meticulously tracked the undecaying of objects, the unplaying of games, the unfolding of events, all in a chilling, backward sequence. They witnessed the unbirth of flowers, the unforming of clouds, the unfading of colors, all captured in a series of haunting time-lapse recordings that only served to deepen their fear and awe. Their research led them down a rabbit hole of increasingly abstract concepts. They delved into theoretical physics, exploring the possibilities of parallel universes, alternate timelines, and quantum entanglement. They questioned the very nature of time, contemplating whether it was a linear, immutable progression or a fluid, malleable construct, easily distorted or reversed under the right, or wrong, conditions. They debated the existence of higher dimensions, hidden realities, and cosmic entities whose powers far transcended human comprehension. The impossibility of intervention did not diminish the threat, it simply redefined it. Merlewood remained a constant, terrifying reminder of the limits of human knowledge, of the existence of realities that defied scientific comprehension, of a cosmic horror that resided beyond the veil of human understanding. It served as a constant, unsettling reminder that there are places, forces, and realities far beyond the reach of human intervention, realities that can only be observed, not controlled, and whose very existence poses a silent, ever-present threat to the known order. Their research became a lifelong pursuit, a haunting vigil at the edge of the known, a silent watch over a town that existed outside of time, forever reversed, forever beyond their reach. The fear wasn't simply of Merlewood itself, but of what it represented, the terrifying fragility of reality, the vastness of the unknown, and the profound insignificance of humanity in the face of the cosmic. Story 5: The Spectral Village of Hollow Creek. The battered Ford pickup shuddered as it crested the final hill, its headlights cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. Before me lay Hollow Creek, or what remained of it. The village, nestled deep within a valley shrouded by ancient, gnarled oaks, possessed an unsettling stillness, a spectral quiet that chilled me to the bone despite the summer heat clinging to the air. Even from this distance, I could sense it, a palpable sense of wrongness, a dissonance that vibrated in the very air itself. This wasn't simply a deserted town, it felt empty, devoid not just of life but of any sense of lived experience. My name is Elias Thorne, and I'm a paranormal investigator, though investigator hardly encompasses the grim reality of my profession. I chase shadows, delve into the abyss of the uncanny, and often, I find myself staring into the face of something far beyond my comprehension. Hollow Creek had called to me, its spectral whispers weaving their way into my dreams, beckoning me towards its unsettling heart. The local sheriff, a weary man with eyes that held the weight of untold horrors, had contacted me after a series of increasingly bizarre events. Disappearing livestock, unexplained lights, chilling whispers on the wind, the classic harbingers of something far beyond human understanding. Approaching the village was like stepping into a faded photograph. The houses, once vibrant with life, now stood as skeletal remains, their paint peeling like decaying flesh, their windows vacant eyes staring out at the world. A thick layer of dust covered everything, a silent testament to the passage of time, or perhaps, to the cessation of time itself. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell both familiar and profoundly unsettling. I parked the truck on the edge of town, the silence amplified by the engine's sudden quiet. The only sound was the rustle of leaves in the nearby woods, a sound that somehow felt both natural and unnervingly unnatural, as if the very trees themselves whispered secrets they weren't meant to reveal. I grabbed my gear, a spectral camera, a recorder, EMF meter, and a heavy-duty flashlight, tools that offered only a thin veil of protection against the unknown that lay ahead. As I walked towards the town center, the spectral nature of the village became increasingly apparent. The air shimmered, not with heat, but with an ethereal haze, a visible manifestation of the supernatural energy that saturated the place. I noticed movement in the periphery, fleeting glimpses of figures that vanished as quickly as they appeared. Not shadows, but something more substantial, yet less solid, like residual images clinging to the fabric of reality. One figure, in particular, caught my attention. A woman, dressed in what appeared to be late 19th century clothing, stood by a dilapidated well, her back to me. Her form was translucent, shimmering like heat rising from asphalt, yet her presence was undeniably real. I felt a profound sense of melancholy emanating from her, a sadness that resonated deep within my own soul. As I approached, she turned, her face obscured by shadow, yet I sensed a profound, unspoken sorrow in her ethereal eyes. She didn't speak, but her gaze conveyed a silent plea, a desperate attempt to communicate across the chasm of time and mortality. Further into the town, I encountered more of these spectral figures. Men in work clothes, their movements jerky and unnatural, as if replaying a memory in slow motion. Children playing games that seemed to unfold in reverse, their laughter echoing with an unnerving emptiness. The entire village was populated by these ethereal beings, their lives frozen in some perpetual, ghostly tableau. The houses, upon closer examination, were not merely empty, they were imbued with a lingering sense of the lives that had once resided within. I entered one such house, a small cottage with a porch swing that creaked eerily in the wind. Inside, remnants of a lifelong past still lingered, a half-finished quilt on the table, a child's toy abandoned mid-play, a faded photograph of a family, their smiles frozen in time, forever trapped in their spectral existence. The air was thick with the lingering scent of pipe tobacco and lavender, a ghostly perfume of a life that had ceased to exist, yet still managed to cling to the physical world. I spent hours documenting my findings, recording the spectral activities, photographing the translucent figures, and meticulously recording the ghostly remnants of their lives. The spectral camera captured images that defied explanation, revealing translucent forms, spectral energies, and the chilling details of a world existing outside of time. The EMF meter registered sporadic spikes of energy, suggesting an underlying power source that was both powerful and terrifyingly unknown. But as I continued my investigation, a chilling suspicion began to gnaw at me. This wasn't simply a haunting. This was something far more profound, something that challenged my very understanding of reality. As night fell, the spectral activity intensified. The ghostly figures became more active, their movements more fluid, their interactions more complex. I observed families reliving moments of their lives, replaying joyful occasions and bitter farewells in a spectral loop that seemed to stretch into eternity. Their laughter was haunting, their cries mournful, their lives a tragic ballet of spectral existence, perpetually reliving the joys and sorrows of their past lives. This wasn't a malicious haunting, it was a heartbreaking display of ghostly existence, a spectral village trapped in an endless loop of memory. One elderly specter, a man who seemed to be the de facto leader of this spectral community, approached me. His voice, a barely audible whisper carried on the spectral breeze, spoke of a curse, a dark magic that had trapped their souls in this timeless purgatory. He spoke of a ritual gone wrong, a pact made with an entity beyond human comprehension, resulting in their eternal imprisonment. His words were fragmented, his memory fragmented, his understanding of the circumstances that brought them to this realm vague and imprecise. He was as much a prisoner as the rest, his mind as much a victim of time's reversal as his body. He pleaded for help, his ethereal hands reaching out as if to touch mine, yet his touch was as intangible as the fog that surrounded us. He spoke of a way out, a ritual to break the curse, but the details were lost to the haze of time and the ravages of spectral existence. The information he could offer was incomplete, fragmented, barely enough to understand that he wasn't certain himself how the curse could be broken. As dawn approached, the spectral activity subsided, the ghostly figures slowly fading, their forms becoming increasingly translucent until they vanished into the thin air. I was left alone in the eerie silence of the spectral village, the haunting echo of their existence lingering in the air. The investigation was far from over. I had merely scratched the surface of a deeper, darker mystery. Hollow Creek was not just a haunted village, it was a portal to a world beyond human comprehension, a world where time had lost its meaning, and where the living and the dead danced to a tune played by forces far beyond our understanding. The spectral village was not just a place, it was a warning, a chilling reminder of the thin veil that separates our reality from the terrifying unknown that lies beyond. My journey had only just begun. The weight of their silent plea pressed down on me, a palpable sense of sorrow hanging heavy in the air. I knew then that simply documenting their spectral existence wasn't enough. I needed to understand, to communicate, to bridge the chasm that separated the living from the spectral inhabitants of Hollow Creek. My initial attempts were clumsy, awkward. I tried speaking to them directly, asking questions about their lives, their deaths, their current predicament. My voice, however, was swallowed by the unsettling stillness of the village, my words echoing unanswered in the spectral silence. The spectral villagers continued their ethereal routines, their lives frozen in a timeless loop, oblivious or perhaps indifferent to my presence. Then, a thought occurred to me. Direct communication might be futile. Perhaps their memories, their essence, resided within the very fabric of the village itself, within the objects they had left behind. I started with the small cottage, meticulously examining the objects within. The half-finished quilt, I imagined, held the threads of a mother's love, a life interrupted before completion. I carefully touched its soft fabric, my fingers tracing the unfinished stitches, trying to feel the spectral echoes of its creator's presence. A faint image, fleeting and indistinct, flickered in my mind's eye, a woman with kind eyes and weary hands, humming a forgotten lullaby as her needles danced. The image faded as quickly as it appeared, but it left a residue, a sense of peace, a ghost of warmth within the chilling silence. The child's toy, a wooden rocking horse, still bore faint traces of paint. I gently rocked it, letting its creak fill the silence. This time, I saw a little boy, laughing as he rode the horse, his joyful sound echoing faintly in my mind. It was a powerful memory, full of life and light, a stark contrast to the spectral gloom that surrounded me. Yet, it was also tainted by a subtle undercurrent of sorrow, a foreshadowing of the inevitable tragedy that would befall him. These glimpses weren't simply visions, they were echoes of emotion, fragments of feeling trapped within the objects they once touched. I moved on to the faded family photograph, its colors bleached by time and decay. This time, the images flowed in far greater detail. A man, strong and withered, with a loving gaze. A woman, radiant and beautiful, whose eyes held a depth of warmth. 3 children, vibrant with life, their laughter echoing even across the spectral barrier. I felt their joy, their love, their bonds as a family. It was exquisite, a perfect moment of time, frozen for eternity. However, beneath that joy was a haunting premonition of the darkness that was to come, of their untimely demise, forever etched within their spectral echoes. As I gazed, the image shimmered, transforming into a scene of chaos, a fire, a scream, the chilling silence that followed. With each object I touched, each spectral memory I witnessed, I began to piece together the story of Hollow Creek. The villagers were not merely ghosts, they were the echoes of a tragic event. A fire, apparently, had destroyed the town, claiming the lives of everyone within. The spectral existence, I began to suspect, was not a curse, but a consequence of that event, an entanglement of their souls with their earthly possessions. They were trapped in a cycle of repetition, reliving their final day, forever caught in the moment of their destruction. My investigation shifted from simply documenting their existence to understanding the nature of their spectral imprisonment. I spent days exploring the town, touching objects, searching for clues, seeking answers in the ghostly remnants of their lives. The more I touched, the more I understood. I began to realize how their memories were intertwined with the very fabric of their home, creating a sort of spectral echo chamber. I found a local history book, its pages brittle with age. The book spoke of a hidden well, said to hold the town's power and prosperity. Was this well the key to their imprisonment, their tragic binding to the town? I found the well, the one by which I had first seen the spectral woman. The water within shimmered with an eerie luminescence, the spectral energy even more potent near it. I decided to try a different approach. Instead of direct communication, I attempted to communicate indirectly, through the objects that held their memories. I found a weathered harmonica lying on the ground. It looked like it had been played by the spectral man I had seen earlier, the one who had spoken of a pact. I picked it up, its metal cool and smooth under my fingertips. As I blew into the harmonica, a mournful melody emerged, weaving itself through the ghostly silence. The melody wasn't one I recognized. It was ancient, yet strangely familiar, resonating deep within my soul. As I played, the spectral activity around me increased. The spectral figures gathered, drawn to the music, their translucent forms shimmering with renewed intensity. The old man, the apparent leader of the spectral community, approached me once more. He moved more freely, his form less translucent. He listened to the harmonica, his gaze filled with profound sadness, but this time a spark of something else, of hope, flickered in his spectral eyes. He spoke, his voice stronger, clearer than before. He spoke of a song that had the power to break the spectral bonds that held them in this timeless purgatory. The song, he explained, was a lullaby, passed down through generations, a song of release, a song of freedom from their ethereal captivity. The details, the lyrics, were fragmented, only part of the song was known, the rest lost to time and the fading memories of their spectral existence. He guided me, painstakingly, through the parts he remembered, his disembodied voice trembling as he struggled to recall the words. With the man's guidance, I spent hours trying to reconstruct the lullaby. It was a slow, arduous process, piecing together incomplete memories, translating fragmented phrases. Every note held a memory, every verse a piece of their lost past. Night fell again, and the spectral activity intensified, the spirits gathering, their ghostly forms swirling around me, their ethereal eyes filled with a mixture of hope and despair. Finally, guided by their spectral memories and the fragments of the lullaby, I pieced together the missing parts of the song. As I played the complete lullaby, a wave of energy washed over the town. The spectral activity ceased, and the air grew still. The translucent figures became brighter, and then, slowly, they began to fade. One by one, they vanished, leaving behind a quiet stillness, a profound emptiness that was, strangely, comforting. Hollow Creek was silent, no longer haunted, but with a lingering sense of peace. The curse was lifted, the souls freed. The spectral villagers had finally found their peace, their journey ending not with haunting despair, but with an ethereal liberation. My work was done. Or so I thought. The chilling silence of Hollow Creek, now devoid of its spectral inhabitants, hinted at a deeper mystery, a mystery I felt compelled to unravel. The true nature of the tragedy, the origins of their spectral existence, remained a puzzle. The quiet of the village was more terrifying than its former haunting. It was a silence pregnant with unanswered questions, a silence that whispered of far greater and more sinister forces at play. The silence of Hollow Creek, now devoid of its spectral inhabitants, was heavier than the ghostly wailings that had previously filled the air. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken horrors, a vacuum left by the departed spirits, a chilling testament to a tragedy far deeper than I had initially imagined. The lifting of the spectral curse, the freeing of the trapped souls, had only scratched the surface of the mystery surrounding this uncanny village. My work, I realized with a growing unease, was far from over. My search for answers led me to the town's dilapidated library, a crumbling structure that seemed to whisper secrets from its decaying walls. Inside, amidst shelves laden with dust and the scent of aged paper, I unearthed a collection of local newspapers, their brittle pages yellowed with time. Each issue, meticulously preserved, detailed the seemingly mundane events of Hollow Creek's past, but beneath the surface, a pattern began to emerge, a subtle undercurrent of unease weaving its way through the seemingly ordinary headlines. The earliest articles spoke of prosperity, of a thriving community, its success seemingly tied to the mysterious well at the heart of the village. The water, it was said, possessed unique properties, enriching the soil, attracting wildlife, and fostering an unprecedented abundance of crops. The residents spoke of blessings, of miracles, their faith in the well unwavering, bordering on reverence. They held annual festivals celebrating the well, their rituals seemingly laced with an unusual intensity, an almost frantic devotion. Then, the articles took a darker turn. A series of unsettling incidents started appearing, livestock behaving strangely, crops failing despite the well's supposed blessings, unsettling whispers echoing through the nights. The villagers, once jovial and welcoming, became increasingly withdrawn, their eyes filled with a strange fear, their smiles replaced by a grim determination. Accusations of witchcraft and sinister dealings with unseen forces crept into the local gossip. The newspaper accounts meticulously documented a period of intense fear and paranoia that gradually consumed the village. The once vibrant community became fractured, suspicion and discord replacing the former harmony. Arguments erupted over the well, whispers of dark pacts and unholy bargains echoing through the streets. There were mentions of unusual symbols appearing around the well, bizarre rituals performed under the cover of darkness, and unsettling reports of unsettling changes occurring in the environment. The animals became increasingly hostile and agitated, and strange, hallucinatory patterns began to appear in the sky. The closer I read, the more the pieces of the puzzle started to fit together. The idyllic image of Hollow Creek was a facade, a mask concealing a history of fear, desperation, and a desperate clinging to a misplaced faith in the miraculous powers of the well. The well, it appeared, wasn't a source of blessing, but a focal point of a malevolent influence, a conduit for something far more sinister. The villagers' unwavering faith had inadvertently invited a cosmic horror into their lives, their devotion inadvertently opening a gate to the unfathomable. I found a faded pamphlet detailing the annual festival held around the well. The celebrations, it turned out, were not mere expressions of gratitude, but a ritualistic appeasement, a desperate attempt to ward off the entity that was slowly consuming their world. The symbols around the well were not mere decorations but sigils, desperately attempting to seal the terrifying presence that had established itself within the well. They knew, deep within their hearts, that their prosperity was a poisoned gift, a treacherous facade masking a slowly encroaching madness. The final issue of the newspaper, published on the eve of the disaster, recounted the climax of the town's descent into madness. It spoke of a catastrophic event, a night of terror that began with the well erupting in a violent display of unearthly energy. The water, once a source of life, transformed into a torrent of blinding light and scorching heat, consuming the village in a maelstrom of destructive force. The descriptions mirrored what I had seen in the spectral memories, the fire, the screams, the chilling silence that followed. But this time, there was more detail. The newspaper described it as something more than just a fire. The account spoke of warping shadows, of impossibly distorted shapes dancing in the flames, of whispers carried on the wind that drove the villagers into a frenzied delirium. The town's demise wasn't just a tragic accident. It was a ritual sacrifice, a desperate attempt to appease the entity that had taken root in their well. Their faith, their devotion, had become their undoing, their belief in the miraculous inadvertently inviting a terrifying reality into their midst. The final article ended abruptly, the ink smeared and the paper torn, as if ripped away mid-sentence by a sudden, violent force. The remaining words were illegible, the final message lost to time and decay. But the implication was clear: the entity, appeased but not banished, remained. It was still lurking in the well, its presence subtly influencing the town, preserving the villagers' spectral existence as a perpetual reminder of their ill-fated pact. The spectral imprisonment wasn't a mere consequence of the fire, it was a deliberate act, a twisted form of containment, a macabre testament to the cosmic horror that had claimed Hollow Creek. The truth, then, was far more unsettling than the spectral visions I had witnessed. The villagers hadn't simply died in a fire. They had sacrificed themselves, their lives offered to something ancient and incomprehensible, something that resided in the depths of the well, an entity beyond human understanding, a being whose very existence defied the laws of nature. The chilling silence of Hollow Creek was not just the absence of the spectral villagers, it was the quiet presence of something far more terrifying, something that lurked beneath the surface, patiently waiting for its next opportunity. The town wasn't simply haunted, it was a prison, a containment zone, guarded by the spectral echoes of its victims, trapped within a cycle of unending suffering. And I, in uncovering the truth, had inadvertently become a participant, a witness to a cosmic horror far greater than I could have ever imagined. The true horror of Hollow Creek wasn't its ghosts, but the terrifying reality that remained, a silence more dreadful than any wail, a silence that promised far greater and more sinister things to come. The investigation was far from over. The very fabric of reality itself seemed to be twisting, a subtle shift in the air, the ground beneath my feet. The well, the silent center of this cosmic horror, beckoned me closer, whispering promises and threats in equal measure. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my journey into the heart of Hollow Creek's darkness had only just begun. The weight of the town's silence pressed down on me, a suffocating blanket woven from dread and unanswered questions. The spectral villagers, freed from their ethereal prison, had left behind a void more terrifying than their haunting cries. My initial relief had quickly morphed into a chilling unease. The mystery of Hollow Creek ran far deeper than the simple curse I had lifted. The liberation of the spirits was merely the peeling back of a curtain, revealing a far more unsettling and cosmic horror lurking beneath. My investigation led me to the town's outskirts, specifically to the old mill, a skeletal structure crumbling under the relentless assault of time and weather. Its decaying wooden frame groaned in the wind, a mournful dirge echoing the town's tragic history. Inside, the air hummed thick with the scent of damp wood and mildew, the remnants of machinery rusted into grotesque parodies of their former selves. But it wasn't the physical decay that chilled me to the bone. It was the feeling of being watched, the unsettling sensation that unseen eyes were peering at me from the shadows. Amongst the debris, I found a worn leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age, filled with the spidery handwriting of Elias Thorne, a former miller who had lived in Hollow Creek during its final, terrifying days. His journal detailed the escalating paranoia that had consumed the town, the growing discord amongst the villagers, and the increasingly bizarre occurrences that preceded the catastrophic event. His entries painted a picture of a community slowly succumbing to madness, their once vibrant faith twisting into something dark and desperate. Elias's writing spoke of strange lights flickering in the night sky, of unsettling whispers carried on the wind, and of the well at the heart of the village, once a source of prosperity, now radiating a malevolent energy. He described the changing of the seasons as increasingly erratic, the weather turning violent and unpredictable, and the crops failing despite the apparent bounty of the well's water. He mentioned a growing unease, a sense of impending doom that settled over the village like a shroud. The journal documented the increasing frequency and intensity of the rituals held around the well, the villagers' desperate attempts to appease the growing darkness. Elias detailed the unsettling symbols etched into the stonework, symbols that defied conventional understanding, evoking a sense of primordial dread. He wrote of the villagers' increasingly frantic prayers, their pleas echoing in vain against the encroaching horror. As I read further, Elias's entries became increasingly fragmented, his handwriting growing more erratic, mirroring the unraveling of his sanity. He spoke of visions, of horrifying glimpses into a reality beyond human comprehension, of cosmic entities beyond human understanding. His descriptions became nightmarish, filled with warped geometries, impossible angles, and entities whose forms defied earthly logic. His final entry was a frantic scrawl, a testament to his utter terror. He wrote of the well erupting, not with water, but with blinding light and searing heat, consuming the village in a maelstrom of chaotic energy. He described the shadows twisting and contorting, taking on shapes that defied reason, whispering promises of oblivion in languages older than humankind itself. His last words were a desperate cry for help, cut short by a sudden, violent silence. The journal's chilling account offered a terrifying perspective, a more accurate explanation for the spectral villagers' plight. Their imprisonment wasn't a mere curse, it was a consequence of a desperate pact made with something ancient and unfathomable, a being whose existence defied the very fabric of reality. Their devotion to the well had inadvertently opened a gateway to a cosmic horror, and their final ritual had been a sacrifice, a desperate attempt to appease the entity they had unknowingly unleashed. Leaving the mill, I felt the weight of Elias's tale settle upon me. The spectral town wasn't just haunted, it was a cage, a prison created and maintained by the very entity that had destroyed it. The villagers' spectral forms weren't mere ghosts, but tormented souls bound to the site of their catastrophic pact. Their existence a chilling testament to the folly of unchecked faith and the terrifying realities that lie beyond our understanding. The remaining clues, I reasoned, lay in the well itself. I made my way back to its location, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The well stood silent and still, its dark depths radiating an unnatural chill, a chilling emptiness that spoke of vast and unknowable horrors. The air around it hummed with a subtle energy, a subtle dissonance in the fabric of reality. I circled the well, carefully studying the remaining symbols, their meaning obscure yet unsettlingly familiar. They resonated with a deep-seated fear, tapping into something primal, something that stirred within my subconscious, hinting at forgotten truths and suppressed nightmares. The symbols weren't merely decorative, they were a map, a key to unlocking the mysteries of Hollow Creek. Using Elias Thorne's journal as a guide, I began to understand the ritualistic purpose of the symbols. They weren't merely an attempt to appease the entity, but also a desperate attempt to contain it, to prevent its further intrusion into our reality. The villagers, in their despair, had unwittingly constructed a prison, hoping to cage the cosmic horror they had unleashed. But had their efforts been successful? I noticed subtle irregularities in the ground around the well, faint cracks in the earth that hinted at something far beneath the surface. The ground felt unstable under my feet, a disquieting sensation that further reinforced my growing unease. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist around the well, a subtle distortion that manifested as a disorienting shift in perspective. The well itself wasn't just a source of water, it was a nexus, a point of convergence between dimensions, a gateway to something ancient and utterly alien. It was a cosmic wound, a tear in the fabric of reality, and the villagers, and their misguided faith, had become its unwitting guardians. Their spectral existence was a testament to the devastating power of cosmic horror, a chilling reminder of the dangers of tampering with forces beyond human understanding. The silence of Hollow Creek wasn't merely an absence of sound, it was the silence of a cosmic prison, guarded by the tormented souls of its creators, a chilling testament to a reality that lay just beyond the veil of our perception. My quest to understand Hollow Creek's mystery had only just begun, a journey into the heart of cosmic horror, where the line between reality and nightmare blurred into an unsettling indistinguishability. The well beckoned, its silent depths promising answers and untold terrors in equal measure. The true horror of Hollow Creek was not its ghosts, but the unspeakable entity that remained, waiting patiently, and perhaps, hungrily. The silence was a deceptive mask. Beneath it, something ancient and malevolent stirred, and my own survival now hinged on deciphering its cryptic language. The worn leather of Elias Thorne's journal felt strangely warm in my hands, a stark contrast to the chilling dampness of the abandoned mill. His final entries, frantic scrawls bordering on illegible, spoke of a growing desperation, a frantic struggle against an encroaching madness that transcended mere earthly affliction. He described a symphony of discordant whispers, carried not on the wind, but seemingly from the very fabric of reality itself. These whispers, he claimed, spoke in a language older than time, a language that resonated not in the ears, but deep within the soul, a language that spoke of oblivion and cosmic indifference. Elias's descriptions of the final days were chillingly vivid. The once vibrant colors of Hollow Creek bled into a monochromatic palette of grays and blacks. The cheerful sounds of daily life replaced by a cacophony of unsettling creaks and groans emanating from the very foundations of the town. The air itself seemed to thicken, heavy with a palpable sense of dread, an oppressive weight that crushed the spirit and suffocated the soul. He wrote of the well, once a symbol of life and prosperity, now pulsating with a malevolent energy, a cosmic heartbeat echoing the doom that was about to engulf Hollow Creek. He described the villagers, once a close-knit community, fracturing into factions, their faith twisting into a perverse parody of devotion, a desperate clinging to a false hope that only deepened their despair. Their rituals, initially intended as prayers for sustenance and prosperity, devolved into frantic, chaotic invocations, desperate attempts to appease the entity that was slowly consuming their world. Elias's account depicted the symbols etched around the well, not as mere markings, but as a complex, interweaving tapestry of arcane geometry, a language of despair and cosmic horror. The symbols, he noted, pulsed with an unnatural light, their shapes shifting and morphing, defying the laws of earthly geometry. He claimed to see glimpses of impossible angles, of dimensions beyond human comprehension, glimpses into a reality where the very fabric of existence was unraveled and twisted into grotesque parodies of themselves. The well, he wrote, was not merely a source of water, it was a nexus, a point of convergence, a gateway to a dimension beyond human understanding. It was a cosmic wound, a tear in the fabric of reality, slowly bleeding into their world. The culmination of his account was a terrifying crescendo of cosmic horror. The well, he described, erupted not with water, but with a blinding, searing light, a cataclysmic release of chaotic energy that consumed the village in a maelstrom of fire and shadow. The very ground beneath their feet buckled and warped, the familiar landscape twisting and contorting into a nightmarish parody of itself. The shadows themselves seemed to writhe and twist, taking on monstrous forms that defied description, whispering promises of oblivion in that ancient, unearthly language. Elias's final words were a choked gasp, a desperate cry for help cut short by a silence deeper and more terrifying than any sound. His journal, a testament to his utter terror and impending doom, provided a terrifying explanation for the spectral villagers' enduring presence. Their imprisonment was not a curse, but a consequence, a binding to the very spot where they had inadvertently unleashed a cosmic entity beyond human comprehension. Their spectral forms were not ghosts, but tormented souls, eternally bound to their roles as unwilling guardians of a cosmic prison. This understanding of Hollow Creek's history painted a far more disturbing picture than I had initially imagined. The town wasn't merely haunted, it was a prison, a cage built by desperation and sealed by a pact with an unimaginable entity. The spectral villagers weren't simply trapped, they were integral to the maintenance of this cosmic prison, their continued existence a perverse testament to their unwitting role in the unfolding horror. Their desperate rituals, their frantic prayers, had not been attempts to escape, but to contain, to prevent further intrusion from the entity they had unleashed. Armed with this new knowledge, I returned to the well, the unsettling symbols etched into the stonework now seeming to pulse with a subtle energy, a faint resonance that hummed within my very bones. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a distortion in the fabric of reality palpable enough to feel it pressing against my skin. The ground beneath my feet felt unsteady, almost liquid, and a disorienting sense of vertigo washed over me, a sensation of being pulled between dimensions, of being unmoored from the familiar stability of reality. The well itself was a vortex, a point of convergence between realities, its silent depths radiating a chilling emptiness that mirrored the vastness of the cosmic horror it concealed. The faint cracks in the earth around it hinted at something far larger, far deeper, something that hinted at the extent of this cosmic intrusion. The symbols around the well were not merely markings, they were a map, a key to understanding the nature of the entity, a language that spoke of containment, of desperate attempts to seal a rift in the fabric of reality. I spent hours deciphering the symbols, drawing on Elias Thorne's journal for guidance. Slowly, painstakingly, the meaning began to coalesce, revealing a terrifying truth. The villagers had not only unleashed the cosmic horror, but they had also attempted to imprison it, to build a cage strong enough to contain a force that dwarfed human understanding. Their spectral imprisonment wasn't a punishment, but a necessary part of their self-imposed task, a perpetual vigil to prevent the entity's full manifestation into our world. The chilling realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. The silence of Hollow Creek wasn't the silence of death, but the strange silence of desperate containment. The spectral villagers weren't simply ghosts, they were the living, or rather, the undead, guardians of a cosmic prison, forever bound to their task, a chilling testament to the folly of tampering with forces beyond human understanding. The true horror of Hollow Creek wasn't the spectral villagers, it was the unthinkable entity that remained trapped, dormant, but undoubtedly waiting, perhaps patiently, perhaps hungrily, for an opportunity to break free. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows across the desolate landscape, I felt the weight of Hollow Creek's secret pressing down on me. My quest to unravel its mystery had led me to a terrifying truth. The town was not simply a haunted place, but a cosmic prison, a precarious barrier between our reality and an incomprehensible horror. The silence was deceptive. Beneath it lurked something ancient and infinitely powerful, and the spectral villagers were its unwilling, eternal jailers. My own survival, I realized with a sickening dread, now depended on understanding the nature of this entity and its prison, a terrifying task that would push the limits of my sanity and perhaps, ultimately, cost me my life. The weight of this understanding was crushing, the silence of Hollow Creek a chilling prelude to an unspeakable horror yet to come. The game, it seemed, was far from over.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?